Четверть века назад привычная жизнь разделилась на «до» и «после». Теперь мы иначе смотрим на мир. Мы по-другому выбираем.
Now we see the world differently. We choose our ways in a new way. We talk to relatives far and wide. It's easy to remember the best moments of life and the music connected to it. There is a new way to earn money and to spend money now. The world has changed and we change together with the world, but we love the world as it is. And it's been 25 years now that we are living in the new era. Good morning. Good morning, dear participants of the 12th International Conference for CCTLD Registries and Registrars of CIS, Central and Eastern Europe. Welcome. And I want to start by congratulating you on the 25th anniversary of the .ru domain zone. Tonight we'll be celebrating this wonderful anniversary, and you're all welcome to attend the special reception to be held in connection with this anniversary. It's not just the .ru that's celebrating 25 years of its inception this year, but most countries that made up the Soviet Union actually are celebrating or have already celebrated, just like Lithuania, for example, the Lithuanian registry, they celebrated 25 years 2 years ago. This year they're 27 years old, but there are some other countries that celebrate the 25th anniversary this year together with .ru, for example, our colleagues from the Belarus, .by. So today we will be talking about a quarter of a century of national domains and what we've been doing in order to develop our domain areas over that period of time. We invited here speakers from the international organizations to get an outsider's view of the process. We also have speakers from inside the European macro region. We want to discuss what contribution did national registries and registrars make into the development and growth of the national domain areas. There is Mr. Soldatov, who disagrees strongly with the whole definition or the notion of the Russian segment of the internet, but the Russian segment of the internet is now a well-established phrase. It is even used in some laws and regulations. This is a professional conference and we are open here. We talk absolutely openly. We accredited journalists and reporters to this conference, and you can talk to them during the breaks. Now I want to invite to the stage the speakers of our plenary meeting. Please welcome Alexei Rogdev, TCI. Mr. Rogdev is the director, and TCI, the technical center of the internet, is the general partner of TLDCON. Please welcome Daiva Tamilionine. Daiva, I do apologize if I mispronounced your surname because it's quite a mouthful for a Russian, but please welcome Daiva Tamilionine from Damrak.lt. Congratulations on your 27th year. Natalia Mocho, the representative of ICANN in our region, 12 countries. Irina Danelia, CCTLD.ru, but Irina will be actually wearing two hats today. She is here also as the Council of the European top-level domain registries. I think everyone has gathered. On the stage, there's just my chair empty. We are very happy that we exceeded the first 5 million domains threshold. Then after certain events happened, in particular, the prices went up for the registries, and this definitely affected the number of registrations. There is competition also with the social media. This is a general problem for the whole international domain market. So they all played their role, and that's why we went slowly slightly below the 5 million threshold of registrations. We've got at the moment 4,970,000 registrations. There are different forecasts about what's going to happen with this. I've been talking to Alexei yesterday, and my outlook is more optimistic. In summer, the dynamics stabilized, and we expect in 2020 to see some growth. Yes, perhaps it will be a slight growth. There will be, however, more registrations in .ru and fewer registrations in .rf, but Alexei is more pessimistic. He believes that if the numbers stay as they are today, that already would be a good result, an achievement on its own. .rf, Cyrillic and other internationalized domain names, .cn and Chinese IDN. Today, the Chinese IDN is the largest of the IDNs, and one of them actually, because they use different languages in China. So, of course, probably we should not be even doing the comparison. The hieroglyphic domains today are the most popular in the world, but Cyrillic IDNs are developing. Also, Armenian IDN is developing pretty well. They've got a rate of growth of more than 200%, and I think Anya Grachanyan will be talking about that later. And since this year we are celebrating 25 years of .ru, but .rf will be celebrating its 10th anniversary next year, and that's why we started promoting universal acceptance of IDN domains this year, and the development of IDNs with national characters. And we set up two working groups, one a regional one, the other one is international or global Cyrillic working group. Yesterday, before the evening reception, we held our first face-to-face meeting. During the summer, those working groups operated by correspondence, but last night we met face-to-face, and we invite everybody to join this initiative. Registrars often say that the development in the IDN domain space is the fault of the registries, while the registrars aren't doing much for the development of the IDNs themselves for some reason. So before we join hands, probably will not be seeing much progress. But any joint work, any cooperation leads to progress. And Maria Kolesnikova will be presenting our first results there. But I understand that not every country or rather the IDNs are not relevant for every country in the world. We'll talk some about IDNs, but not too much, I promise. Now, because of the adoption of the new regulation on the law of sovereign internet, or otherwise it is known as the law on stable and sustainable development of the internet in Russia, but anyway, before we move on to various particular professional issues, let's complete the opening ceremony. And let's have a round of applause, perhaps, to the people who stood at the cradle of .ru. We've got Alexei Soldatov, Alexei Anatольevich, Alexei Platonov, and Andrei Romanov. They are the three people. Back in 1993, before .ru was delegated to Russia, they were already immersed into this issue, and today, as experts, we are happy to welcome them at the TLDCON. Alexei Anatольevich, would you care to say a few words at this point? Yes, very good morning to everyone, and thank you for your kind words. Just wanted to say, okay, I'll stand up for you to see me better. .ru and the .ru team, we all come from .su. I wanted to remind everybody that .su is still alive and kicking, actually, and that endeavor, all this domain space, the domains themselves, they changed the life in the Soviet Union. After that, they made an impact on the development of Russian history. I just wanted to say that this celebration, it's not a celebration of the domain business, it is a celebration of the internet and data transfer and new channels enabling people to talk to each other. It used to be that only a university could talk to a university, but now it's very important that a student can talk to a student anywhere in the world. That's what matters. So congratulations, everyone. And Andrei, I just wanted to mention that I'm not sure that the growth in the number of registrations is necessarily a very good thing. Well, actually, we've been talking about that to registrars yesterday night, and just the number it doesn't tell you anything about the health of a domain area, because sometimes people register free of charge because there is a promotion, and then you see a surge in registrations, but then after a year there are no prolongations. Or there are many second-hand market, secondary players in the field. Really, yesterday we had a lovely discussion with the registrars. Next Friday, the committee of registrars will be convening. They invited TCI and the coordination center to join that meeting. They want us to be observers of their meetings. So that we can get information directly from each other's mouths rather than by hearsay or, through second hands. So once again, really, the numbers, the levels of registration today perhaps is not the best metric, but what can be a more adequate metric? Say there is an idea of using the number of new registrars or the number of registrars that have anywhere between 1 to 10 domains. They are the ones who use domains for their regular application, addressing to an internet resource. Yes, I agree, and I'm glad that you are discussing today these topics. The internet and domain names as part of the internet in the whole industry. Today, many old ideas are being reviewed, and because of that revision, we are making progress. Not everything that we used to hail as the best practice in the past stays relevant and remains best practice today. Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much for everything that you've been doing, will continue doing for the industry in the years to come. And since we are still talking about the 25th year of the Russian registry, we intensified our international cooperation efforts recently. That was done in accordance with the decision of the meeting of the founders. There is a strategic plan for the development of .ru for the years 2017-2020, and now there is a new strategy and the development for the next 3 years. And in the past, the Coordination Center participated in different activities, and the only 2 events, truly international events that we organized, they were the Russian Internet Forum and the TLDCON, and actually we held our 10th Russian National Internet Forum in Moscow this year. So since that decision was taken, many more international events were brought to Moscow in May 2018. The Santa Jamboree meeting, it was the largest meeting of the country-level domains from Europe. More than 120 participants from Europe, Canada, and all around the world traveled to Moscow. In December, we welcomed the Eastern European DNS Forum. We followed in the footsteps of Minsk and Kiev, and this year, in a month's time, on the same dates, this meeting will be held in Armenia, in Yerevan. In June this year, for the first time in history, Russia hosted the regional Internet Governance Forum. It was the Asia-Pacific GF. It took place at the Ruski Island in the city of Vladivostok in the Far East. And for the first time in history, we tried to apply for an international ICANN conference. Our application was received in the fall last year, but in January we lost to Seattle. And in October 2021, ICANN's conference will be taking place in Seattle, the international domain capital. Actually, many headquarters of international registries and registrars are located in Seattle. And since for us it was the first application ever, and I don't think that any of you in the room actually also had that experience. So we were lucky to talk to Mr. Nico Damaso to discuss what was wrong with our application, to find out the reasons. And the one reason that was given to us is that we suggested St. Petersburg, and the Expo Forum and the logistics was not satisfactory. Expo Forum is the place that hosts the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. It is close to the to the airport, but it's far from a city center, and it makes it inconvenient for the participants to travel to that location. So logistics is far from perfect. Another thing, if anyone is interested, and Natalia, please correct me if I'm wrong, but ICANN is now more frugal with their budgets, and if the application contains a commitment of covering more expenses of the event, then this application would be viewed as a more preferable one to the application, which suggests that ICANN bears all the or most of the expenses. So again, if anyone is interested, I will be willing to discuss that, and we are in the process actually of writing a new application. We are thinking that maybe we can welcome ICANN at Sochi. There we've got a site that's called Media Forum. Media Forum meets all the criteria of ICANN. We've held informal discussions with ICANN. Now the matter is to provide ICANN with the satisfactory financial guarantees and to choose the year. So if anyone wants to learn from our experience of how to bring ICANN to your home countries, please talk to us. We've got something to say on the topic. Now, another aspect of the .ru activities, the regulation. At the Far Eastern IGF, I think I was talking about that. We changed the process of creating stop lists of .ru and .rf. There is a Russian National Academy of Intellectual Property, and we asked the experts to help us with the process. Today, there are no registrations. They are prohibited, and the registrars can check against those requirements. Well, in the past, in our rules, it used to say, if you do something contrary to the moral norms, then, and it was just paragraph which was not very clear. Now there is a regulation of 45 or something like that pages long, which explains what runs contrary to the morals. There is Ros Patent, which is the Russian Patent Authority. They have experts who accept applications to the registration of trademarks, and those experts, they have to face pretty much the same challenges as the registrars face when they receive application for a new domain name. So we started with the regulation that extends to those patent specialists. And on the basis of that regulation, we wrote our own regulation, which I think will make life simpler for the registrars and registries as well, for the registry, for us. Because the decisions of the registrars are often challenged at the high authority, which is us, and now there is a more clear regulation. There is another thing. It's already 10 years. It happened in November 2009 when priority registration started in that RF. It means that the regulation on reserving domain names for government needs expires. initially, hundreds of domains were registered at the request of government, but some of those domain names were never requested in those 10 years. And now our department for customer relations, for like account managers, we analyzed all the domains that were reserved for the government authorities and were never used. We sent out letters to all the relevant authorities. There is a list now of those domain names that is also sent to the regulator, to our ministry. And we are asking everyone to tell us whether they want to use those names or not, and if not, then who can be the beneficiary of those domains. There are some domains that will without users, without some Russian regions, they registered the names of their capitals, and they are not using them, for example. So there are some domain names that will be left without customer. We decided not to free them up, but rather to keep them provisioned, and there will be a mechanism that they will decision made open to free registration. We've been drafting it for more than a year. It's a regulation on the dispute resolution. The court has already decided, has made a they still disagree with that decision. Sometimes there are conflicts about that. The registrars make mistakes because of the way the court passes the decision, but the decision cannot be enforced due to technical reasons sometimes. So, and our community proved to be very efficient in drafting this new document. The legal committee, together with the experts, are currently reviewing the current version of this regulation, and I think we'll be talking about that tomorrow. Is it today? No, today. Okay, session 2 is legal issues. As a matter of fact, right before the lunch, after the lunch break. We are also preparing a big report for the Roskomnadzor, the Russian regulator, conference. It will be a report on blockings and de-delegation of domain names in the out-of-court procedure. During spring, we had several of the 25th anniversary of .ru, and the registrars complained during those meetings that today there are many mechanisms in Russia to block resources in the internet without a court decision in the out-of-court procedure. And sometimes people think that it doesn't make sense to actually register anything in .ru.rf because the whole area is over-regulated, and there are many capabilities, not only on the side of the government authorities, but also the self-regulating mechanisms provide for many ways to block or de-delegate domains. It's just that I'm saying this because we are not of this opinion, and we will be preparing a report for a big Roskomnadzor conference. It will be called Spectrum, and we will the space of trust, and we will be providing statistics on the blockings. When we say 5 million domain names, and I actually analyzed the initial data in from the 1st of January until the 31st of August, we received slightly over 5,000 solicitations. So in percentage terms, this is nothing like blanket blockings. And we analyzed the essence of those, or the content of those solicitations. To us, mostly they're concerned with phishing. And phishing is illegal content that must be blocked right away, without delay. We can't wait for a decision of the court. Phishing means customers losing money on the spot. Our mechanisms are very efficient for these purposes, or child porn. There is a mechanism prescribed by Law 139. The resource, the website is entered onto the blacklist register of illegal sites, but it takes several days. In accordance with the law, you have to contact the user, you have to do this and this and that, but our self-regulation mechanism enables us to do that immediately. You identify the case of child porn online, you go to the registrars. In 20% of cases, those attempts to block are then contested by the registrars. But 90% of cases, the registrars agree with our requests. There is FinCERT. FinCERT is the Computer Incident Response Center. It is part of the Central Bank of Russia. Today, FinCERT is the leader in the number of warnings. It's not orders, it's not instructions, but rather warnings, because this is a self-regulation mechanism. And notice they have the right, but they should not necessarily de-delegate the domain names. And then there is internal rule 5.5. This is an item that requires the registrars to respond in a certain way under certain circumstances. If the law enforcement authorities, the relevant authorities, contact registrars, then the registrars must act in accordance with those instructions. And we also collected statistics. Even the two largest registrars have 120 notices like that received from the Ministry of the Interior, which is the police, for the whole year. Forged documents, forged diplomas of the higher education, that kind of stuff. So 120. I think we all came across such sites in our practice. We know they exist. And this is one mechanism that the registry provides to the public and to the law enforcement to protect their interests. I think Ira will talk about that in her presentation as well, because they did a research of their own, and we'll see. Maybe she has something to add to this topic. I think I should stop here. And I want to give the floor now to Irina Daneli first. Irina, once again, she's Deputy Director of CCTLD.ru, and she is also a member of the board of the Council of the European Registries. Good afternoon. Welcome. I'm very happy to see all of you here. I am speaking now in my second capacity as the representative of the center, which is the association of country top-level countries in Europe. This organization has more than 70 members, and it protects and promotes the interests of its membership. What I like about this conference, and what is in the very spirit of center of this organization, it is the spirit of cooperation. This is why we're here. This is why registries make up organizations. That's why people travel to conferences to cooperate, to exchange, to interact, to use every opportunity to make progress not on our own, but rather relying on the support and knowledge of each other. Center has the General Assembly as its highest governance body. Center also has the Secretariat that takes care of the routine issues, and they also have a council that meets between the meetings of the General Assembly and that controls over the operations of the organization. Almost 4 years ago, colleagues honored me by electing me to the position in the council, But Hilda is in the room, and starting from this year, she is my colleague, and she is a member of this governing body. And I think she will also help me to answer some of the questions, if you have any, about the organization. What are the strategic goals of the organization for 2019? One of the strategic goals is to support cooperation and interaction between the members of this community. We exist in a very fast and dynamic market. There are always changing happening in this market. And if in 2012, 13, and 14, the main trend in the market that affected our operations, and I mean the country level, top level domain names, we talked about new GTLDs mainly. That was our priority. But now one of the biggest trends is the new emerging technologies like DNS over TLS or DNS over HTTPS, which potentially could disrupt, or maybe they will not. But again, potentially they could disrupt the way the users perceive the internet. Center focuses on monitoring current trends by collecting market data. Another important factor is that regulators around the world today are paying more and more attention to the internet as such and to the domain area or industry in particular. 15 years ago, basically, European Parliament talked about attempting to regulate the internet. Well, they didn't talk much about it anyway, but now domain names and domain industry and fighting crime or using dedelegation or blockings as a way to fight some wrongdoings have now become a major trend in various domestic regulations. Therefore, Center, as the association of the industry, cannot stay outside of this process. We must make our voice heard. People who take decisions, who legislate, they must understand the special features of the technology and of the market so that their decisions are competent and effective. Our organization engages in many types of activities. One way or another, they are aimed at achieving those strategic goals. Probably one of the more noticeable activities on our agenda is our meetings. These meetings, they come in all shapes and sizes. There is the General Assembly that talks about the organization governance issues. A leaders meeting is for the top managers of the registries. They meet in a narrow circle, but then there are workshops and working groups, which is the current practice of the registries at the level of the specialist experts for whom this is their daily bread. Very often, as you can tell from the picture, those working groups or workshops, they meet
деятельности. И вот здесь, вот, например, на слайде приведены те темы, которые рассматривались за последний год на заседании всего одной рабочей группы административной. Вы видите, как их много. Но и для нас, как для регистратуры, это прекрасная возможность проконсультироваться, поговорить, обсудить, задать вопрос, а кто, а что, а как вы это делаете, а как мы это делаем. И вот именно отсюда рождаются идеи каких-то новых сервисов, новых продуктов, которые мы пытаемся предложить своему рынку. Еще один пример сотрудничества, так сказать, при поддержке центра – это рабочая группа, созданная несколькими регистратурами и регистраторами европейскими. Это уже более широкий круг лиц, и задача ее изначально ставилась как оценка исследование статистическое пользователя рынка европейского, его сегментирования и так далее. И вот, в частности, один из интересных документов, который они сделали, это они сделали лист определений и терминов, используемых в доменной индустрии, для того, чтобы мы с вами, говоря об одних и тех же вещах, использовали одинаковые термины и названия. Это безусловно, не обязательный лист, это лист рекомендованный, предложенный, но, на мой взгляд, это очень удобно, потому что даже я периодически читаю документы одной регистратуры, там, другой регистратуры или, скажем, айкэновскую терминологию, я путаюсь и не понимаю, вот это и вот это название – это одно и то же понятие или это о разном? Конечно, было бы очень удобно, если бы...
We agreed to use the same set of terms. We decided that one of our priorities should be development of common definitions, and that's what we did, a kind of a glossary. One other area of activity for us is reports and publications. The center publishes reports on the events that are pertinent to our industry. We do attend, say, ICANN meetings, but obviously we can't be present at every single activity there. And the report, I mean, one person is not capable of attending all possible events, but this report that we publish provides the reader with an overview of the issues that were raised at different sessions and by different experts. The comments on the position of the document, the report not only gives an overview of different initiatives, but also states the position of our organization on those initiatives. We are all aware of the ever-increasing impact of the regulation on our industry, so those comments to the European legislative initiatives, or the comments on the new ICANN's ideas for, say, to use geographic names. I mean, those publications are an important way for us to articulate our position and share it with the community, and to make sure that the positions of the country registries are taken into account when decisions are made. Center provides a lot of educational and training materials. Center also has an anniversary to celebrate this year as an organization. We will be marking our 20th year, and there will be several publications to celebrate those 20 years. And I'm positive that these materials will be interesting to the whole community. DNS over HTTPS, we mentioned that already, and we drafted a nice publication. Actually, it's an introduction to the technology. It's DNS over HTTPS 101, basically. And this paper also discusses the possible impact that the technology might have on the industry. It's a basic document written in plain language, easy to understand, and I highly recommend it. Some of the center publications are translated into Russian, and you can find them on our website. And I think we will continue the translation practice. Again, made in connection with our anniversary, Emily Taylor wrote a wonderful article on the impact of IDNs. And there is another paper on online content. It is relevant in the context of fighting illegal content. It's a basic educational and awareness raising document that talks about the roles, the participants, of the process of content generation, what are the focal points, who are the influencers, what influences actually the successful combat against unlawful content. And this article contains case studies of some European registries. And research and statistics, another big piece of, and my time is running out. Okay, thank you. Research, all kinds of research. Research and studies can be initiated by the membership. And we, as the .ru Coordination Center, we initiated several studies like that. A study is usually organized as a poll, and we ourselves, we try to participate in all of these surveys because we think that they are useful in collecting information about the current practices in our region. We initiated one of the studies, there was a poll this year, and Oля Baskakova, during the next session, she will be presenting the results of that study. Those questions, that data gives us answers to the questions that we frequently get from the state. Because very often what the government wants to know is what has been done in other countries. Well, how do other governments behave? How do they respond? And we've got all these cases from different countries that we can share with our authorities. There is also the Global TLD report, which is the quarterly report. It is also published by a center, and it is made available publicly. And then there is a lot of statistics that is collected and shared between us and other organizations such as TCI. We get data for different registries, and it helps us to compare our dynamics against our peers And it also enables us to correlate our self-assessment with the assessments by independent experts and third parties. And for us as a registry, there is another very useful thing. Recently, a case of anti-monopoly service was discussed. There was an issue of potential violation of an antitrust regulation, and we were in dialogue with the authority, talking to them about the scope of the market that was affected or potentially affected by that violation. So this very discussion of the market and the shares of the market and the size of the market and the participants of the market, how do you define the market? Actually, TCI gave us the statistics that we used as arguments in our discussion with the anti-monopoly authority. So I'm done with my presentation. And to go back to the main message of this presentation, which is cooperation, I wish you every success during the conference. Let's cooperate. Thank you very much. And thank you, Irina. I hope there is time left for a brief Q&A session, but first we need to give the floor to all our speakers. Cooperation is very important. Going back to the issue of translation, this year, because the Russian IGF is celebrating 10th anniversary, we translated the 7th version of Yovan Korbaliev's book, and he is a well-known expert in internet governance matters in Belarus. In October, there will be a Belarus Internet Governance Forum. The Russian language version was presented in spring in Moscow. Now we'll be presenting this book in Belarus in October. We don't want to be repeating each other's efforts, right? We don't want to be duplicating each other's efforts. Instead, we can use the products that we produced already and share them with our colleagues in the region, at least with the ones that speak the same language as we do. Now, going to the issue of constant progress and the revision of our current practices. Already in 2016 at the IGF, we started saying that we need some coordination of the Russian language domains of the top level. In that year, we signed a memorandum for the development of the domain space. Today, the law on sovereign internet requires the coordination center, the .ru center, to coordinate all Russian registries. And as a follow-up to the memorandum and in execution of the law and of the bylaws, we drafted a new version of a new memorandum. What can Russian registries do to join efforts in fighting illegal content and abuse of the internet? I've talked already about the self-regulation mechanisms. There is a ticketing system. More than 140 experts have access to it. And among those experts are people from the competent organizations, 10 of them. There are 49 representatives of accredited institutions, us, the registry, TCI, the technical center of the internet. We all operate on the same platform using the same mechanism. However, not all Russian domains of the top level of this mechanism covers, but after the memorandum was signed, the mechanism will apply to all of them. It will be one mechanism. In November last year, there was a meeting at the Ministry of Telecommunications, and during that meeting, it was noted that ICANN sets progressive requirements to technical support of new GTLDs and their sustainability and stability. Those requirements are not mandatory for CCTLDs, but why not extend those requirements to CCTLDs as well? Together with MSKIX and given the instructions that we received from the ministry, we are drafting a document. It is now being discussed with the coordination center and its council. We are discussing the establishment of a special operator for Russian registries and registrars. I can't see Elena Voronina. Is she? Yes, Elena. You were yesterday you were wearing white. Now you're wearing blue, and probably that's why I couldn't immediately point you out in the crowd. But can you say a few words about this project? Yes. Good morning, colleagues. DTS Prol. It is an established practice. It is a sign of a mature business. It's used to certify electronic transactions or to deposit software data. This is done by cloud operators. ICANN, in the new GTLD process, they introduced data escrow. And if you asked me, from the perspective of the operational features of this process, that step improved the stability and sustainability of new GTLDs significantly. The .ru CTLD has a very positive opinion of this tool, and we are currently discussing the implementation of those tools in Russia for the national domains as well. We are in the process of talking through the technical and administrative and budgetary elements of the project, and very soon we'll be able to present the project in every detail. Thank you, Yelena. The project would not happen without TCI, because it is TCI that will be providing data, but for the better understanding of the audience, we all understand here that MSKIX is part of Rostelecom, and TCI is a subsidiary of Rostelecom. But the technical issues of the national domain in recent years have come to the attention of the government, and that's why TCI in particular became a subsidiary of Rostelecom. Remember, we were telling you about this. It only happened last year. The technical center was transferred to Rostelecom last year. The registrars and the users didn't even notice that. There were no accidents in the process or incidents in the process. So Alexei from TCI Statistics, we cannot do without statistics during the plenary session. It is one of our salient features. So let's, I guess, start with the statistics and trends. Now, with respect to statistics, Irina has already advertised some of our statistics. It is known as the DOM project. Among the registrars, obviously there are leaders and there are followers, and there aren't many registrars who have 5 to 10 domains. And if you're looking for a new metric to adequately represent the quality of .ru area, this metric, I'm sure, can be found in the .dom statistics. Today I will be presenting statistics on .ru domain area. .ref correlates very much with .ru, so everything that I'll be talking with respect to .ru can also be extrapolated onto .ref. We have statistics for the years 2017-2019. It is perhaps a short time period, but the statistics provide us with some insights in any case. Changes in the numbers of the domain names. The experts have been predicting the decline in registrations from 2016 and on in 2019. Some were predicting that the zone will be half of what it was in 2016. The actual decline was around 5.9 to 6.2%. So it was roughly 6%. The peak in reductions was in May 18 to May 17. We lost in that period we lost about 20% of registrations. We are not seeing any critical reduction in the domain names. The number of removed domain names is declining but slower. The trend is quite interesting, in fact. The number is on the rise, but removed domain names is going down, but not very fast, or not at the same rate as new domains are added. There is an interesting statistics on renewals. Many domains that were not used, they were not required, they expired and were never renewed. And to go back to the idea of the health of the whole domain zone, maybe it can be one of the .ru or RuNet indicators of performance. In autumn 2016, the share of non-renewed domain names started to grow, which is not surprising. And year on year, in autumn 2018, the number of not renewed domain names was the same as in 2016. So those fluctuations evened out over a period of 2 years. There is another interesting indicator, the age of the domain name. Especially the share of domain names of 18 years old. Actually, this is the largest age group. The biggest decline is in the group of the domain names that are not 1 year old yet, which again is no surprise. The age of the domain names is steadily growing, and it means that the whole RuNet stays healthy and clean and becomes cleaner year on year. Most likely it will not be possible to build or to have one simple indicator. Instead, it should be a metric that correlates with many other parameters. Maybe we'll be talking about 7 to 10 different indicators that then can be weighted and judging by those indicators will be able to say whether the RuNet area is healthy or not. The experts who predicted the shrinkage of the RuNet twofold were proved to be wrong, which again tells us that probably the metrics that they were guided by were wrong too. Now, the regional penetration of registrations the statistics that we have seen in recent years is very positive in terms of regional adoption. The usages, either use cases are websites or email or nothing. Actually, we've got a few domains like that, not used for anything. Among the domain names that are used for email or website, those numbers are growing, while the parked domains are falling. December 2017 on to April 2019, that difference has become even more pronounced. The purposes of registration are the hostings of websites, and it's interesting in this context to discuss the security of those domain names and the number of TLS certificates used by the websites. The number of those certificates is growing year on year, and I think that in the near future that we should see an even further surge in those numbers. Conclusions. What is happening to the zone? Well, things are not that bad. Actually, I would even dare to say that things are pretty good for the zone. Regions are on the rise. And probably this tells us about some economic improvements in those regions as well. The number of parked domains is falling. And it has gone down significantly on 2017. The number of TLS certificates is going up. The overall dynamics in the area is very positive. The projections are not pessimistic at all. In terms of the future, just like other technical centers, we are getting ready for the second wave of new GTLDs. We are waiting for clarifications, and we are developing new products and services, and we are contributing to the drafting of a regulation. All the statistics that I've just showed is taken from StatDom website. And if you have any feedback that you can give us, it would be very welcome. If there's anything you want to say on the quality of StatDom, if you are looking for new services and you can't find them there, then it would be very much appreciated by us if you got in touch with us and shared your requests. Thank you, Alexei. I too agree that things are not too bad. Actually, they are good in the RUNET. 5 million psychologically, perhaps it's an important threshold, and below that number, and the community is somewhat frustrated by the fact, but we expect in 2020 to get through that threshold again, to exceed it one more time. Going back to this discussion that we had yesterday with the registrars, they've been telling us that they expect the registry to do all the marketing and promote national domains. But we are telling the registrars, you should be looking for clients. You should be doing something to attract the clients. The registry does a lot. At all the largest professional IT events, we buy exposition space. We present .ru and .rf, we invite the registrars with their marketing activities, and it's absolutely free of charge for the registrars. We are paying for everything with .ru marketing budgets. We also use our marketing budget for our educational projects, and the registrars actually are not willing to invest into education. So that means an investment burden on us, on the coordination center. So in terms of marketing, it would be great if the registrars would be more conscientious, and we will have a separate marketing session where we'll be able to talk about all of that in more detail. Now I want to give the microphone to Daiva, and I wonder what was the path that your registry followed. Last year we went to Latvia, if you remember. Katrina, thank you very much for hosting us. Now it's the time of Lithuania. We are doing a tour of the Baltic states. Daiva, the microphone is yours. I can't switch to Russian. Я не могу переключить на русский язык. Он не переключается. Помогите мне, пожалуйста, опять. Не могу переключить на русский. I can't switch to Russian. Please help. Please help. Не могу переключить на русский язык.
Registry. As Andrei said, we already celebrated 27 years, and but the time is flying fast, so I think Dr. Ayu will be soon 26. So now about some history of .lt domain. .lt domain was created in 1992 by request of Oslo University, because in that time we had no network in the country, and only Norwegians decided to help us to start the internet in Lithuania. So the first domain names were registered for universities, because we had a network between 3 universities in that time. It was Mathematics Informatics Institute in Vilnius, Vilnius University, and Kaunas Technological University. So we were the first who had the domain names and started the activity at the internet. So in that time we already put some information in a RIPE Whois database. So you can see here historical record. Now it is quite different, not the same as we had before. And you can see the date is 1993, the first domain for Mathematics and Informatics Institute. Together with Norwegian friends, we had to write registration rules for .lt domain. In that time, it was really very strict, and I found in my archives paper. So it was the first registration rules for .lt Lithuania. So as I said, it was really strict registration. It was free of charge. Only for legal persons. It was minimum 3 characters, few exceptions for 2 characters. City names was only for municipalities, country names only for embassies. But it was such a time, so now it seems very stupid. But in 1994 and 1995, we installed a TCP/IP network, and then .lt physically was transferred to Lithuania. So a few more dates. In 1997, we decided to introduce a fee for registration. And from 1997 till 2000, we changed some criteria for registration, and it was no more so strict rules we had before. So 2004, IDN protocol, and I should say it was not very popular, and still is not popular. But anyway, in 2007, we wrote a new procedural regulation. We reduced the registration fees. March 2008, it was introduced IPv6 protocol, and in 2009 we reached 100,000 domains. The reason was, of course, that we lowered the price and the policy was not so strict as before. 2013, January, we started Signer.lt with DNSSEC. 2014, we introduced a multi-year registration because people started to forget to pay the fee and domain was in quarantine. So for those who are still forgetting, it's a possibility to pay for 3 years, 5 years, and just forget it. So 2015, we signed an agreement with TLDCON, and we strengthened the protection against DDoS attacks. June 2017, LT turns 25 years. Like now, are you? So then we decided to have some more international responsibilities. We signed an accountability framework with the ICANN. And this year we introduced for our services ISO 27001 information security protocol. Okay, now some statistics. Here you will see the growth from the beginning till now. Now we have around 200,000 domain names. We're still growing. It's around 2% of the growth. And I just counted before the meeting. In Lithuania is 2.7 million residents. So for 1,000 residents is 69.9 domain. Now you can see IDN domains. As I said, it was not popular, but we started to have some campaigns every year, mostly, and combined these campaigns with the content of most beautiful IDN domain name. And as you see, this year, in the spring, we had a campaign again, celebrated 15 years of IDN, and now we have 2,535 domains. But anyway, I think it's not popular. Actually, what we see is that all campaigns give some effectiveness. So even after 1 year, it gets down, but still stays some % of registration. Now some statistic about about registrations for individuals and legal. So 58% is legal registrations, legal for legal persons, and individuals is 42%. Now some funny statistics. We did .lt domain distribution by starting symbol. As you can see, the most popular domain name starts with letter S, letter A, of course some M, P, but some letters are really not so popular. Again, some funny statistic, domain lengths. As you see, the letters 6, 7, 8 lengths is most popular. Even we think that what shorter name is popular, but no, as you can see, it's more choices to have when you have more length. Now it's LT domain distribution by registrant country. So as you see, LT have the most biggest part, so 87.45% of LT registrations is from locals. And then goes very small amount for other countries, Germany, US, Estonia, UK, France, but it's really small compared with Lithuanians. And I think it's the last slide, it's registrars. We have 124 registrars, and 58 from them is foreign, and 66 is local. Happy birthday, Data. Now I'd like to invite my colleague Vaidotas. He will shortly give you some idea what you will see in the meeting time outside the meeting. I mean, some hints for you.
Я бы хотел несколько слов, что посмотреть в Вильнюсе. И
Okay, here's what you can see in Vilnius. I don't want you to leave Lithuania without visiting those locations, okay? Well, it's very important to start by saying that tonight we will be going to Belmontes for the Galadina. It's a wonderful location. It's a former French mill from 18 something, but at the moment it's no longer a mill, but it's nice place with several restaurants, and it's a very popular location for weddings. It is so beautiful. It's a charming place. So after your sessions are over, everyone is invited for the Galadina to that place. And tomorrow there will be a tour to Kernavė. Kernavė is an interesting place. It's an ancient place which had the first capital of Lithuania. And also tomorrow, so first you will be going to Kernavė, and then we will be going to Trakai. And Trakai, the Trakai Castle, is a historical museum. It was a seat of Lithuanian dukes. The castle stands on the banks of the Galvė Lake. It's an amazing scenery. As to what you can see in Vilnius, my first recommendation to you would be the Palace of the Grand Dukes of Lithuania. It's just across the square from where we are. It is a museum today, and the exhibition there is very detailed. It's very informative. You must have seen this tower. This is the Gediminas Tower. And also we've got the Gediminas Avenue, the prospect or the avenue of Gediminas. It's the main avenue of the city. It's not Old Town, but it's an important avenue, an important thoroughfare. The Vilnius City Hall and the Three Crosses. The Three Crosses on the hill. The Three Crosses were put up there as a symbol of the people's aspiration to freedom. And from that location, you will get a panoramic views of Vilnius. And another curious place that I would definitely recommend you visiting is called Užupis, or behind the river, or on the other side of the river. This is how Užupis is translated. Over the river. It's similar to Montmartre in Paris to some degree, because this is the place where there are artists, there are lots of galleries. They proclaimed an independent republic, as a matter of fact, and they have their own constitution and the border control. Anyway, this is an ad of Vilnius. Actually, this ad was produced by our competitors from Kaunas, another city. I don't know how you interpret this, either as a support to Vilnius or as an attempt to compromise Vilnius. But marketing people say that this is a very efficient piece of advertisement. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, if you arrived yesterday morning, I think you've already walked in the city center. Vilnius is not a very big city. It's quite compact and gives you plenty of opportunities to do sightseeing without getting too far away from your hotel. And the last speaker of the plenary session will be Natalia Mocha. She's our guardian angel, the guardian angel of all the registries and registrars from ICANN. Natalia has been for several years with ICANN. First, she entered the organization as a representative of Russia. at the one of the governing bodies, and now she works in the organization itself, and all these applications of Russia to host an ICANN event. We've been talking with the organization through her, among other people. So what is ICANN's view of our region and of the initiatives? Is our voice heard in the organization? Is there anything we can do so that the organization would listen closer to what we are saying? Thank you, Andrei. I will speak from this place, if you don't mind, because I did not prepare slides. And getting ready for TLDCON, the question that I was asking myself, and I wanted to turn this presentation into a question and also into an appeal to maintain a dialogue. CCTLDs hold a special place in ICANN's heart. The history, the road of cooperation between CCTLDs and ICANN was bumpy. However, right now we've established a pretty comfortable relationship, and this is what I wanted to talk about, and I also wanted to discuss a little bit what we intend to do to further those relations. I was getting ready for this event and I was reviewing recent publications. One of them was Center's set of publications, and I want to confirm that Center produces wonderful materials that cover very well the countries of our region. You published your 20-year report. It was a report on CCTLDs as independent institutions that cooperate, that build peer relations rather than hierarchies. And in this report, you also touch upon your interaction with ICANN and what CCTLD's place is in the ICANN system. This is the question that I was asking myself as I was preparing for TLDCON 2019. The report presents the opinion of CCTLDs themselves. They were captured during interviews and during various discussions at different activities. One of the things that CCTLDs say are important for them in their relations with ICANN is the exchange of experience and best practices. They get an opportunity to participate in various activities related to maintaining the stability of IANA. Functions, country codes are an integral part of the root zone, and for a long time they've been the core part of the root file. And without CCTLDs, there would be no global internet. Again, country codes are an inalienable part of the global internet. Another way in which CCTLDs cooperate with ICANN is they participate in the drafting of global policies whenever those policies affect the country code's operations. In this context, there is a CCNSO, which is a platform and a supporting structure for CCTLDs in the framework of ICANN. And I'm glad to see Katrina here. Katrina is the chair of CCNSO, and perhaps during this conference she will be able to give some comments or some references to the work that is being undertaken by CCNSO today. Using emojis in the second tier, for instance, in our region, in some of the country registries, it is allowed to use emojis in the second tier in the country codes without any exceptions, and the registries do not see any issues with doing that, with that kind of emoji application. Another line of work is studying the feedback from country codes. When there is a PDP retirement of CCTLDs, when the country code, for whatever reason, could be removed from ISO 33601 and not provide a two-character country code, and ICANN should have a de-delegation policy that should be global and globally applicable. Within CCNSO, there is a special working group, and the representatives of our region participate in the proceedings of this working group on this subject matter. There is also an interesting working group on IDNs. You know that in CCNSO, the domain administrators are not represented, and this working group aims at discussing the possibilities, or aims at engaging the IDN operators in the operations of the CCNSO. In our region, half of the countries, of the 12 countries of the have IDN domains, and these domains are provided by country domains. They were received through the CCTLD fast track process, and in some countries, just like in Russia, .rf is administered by .ru, while in other countries, IDNs are operated on an independent basis and they have nothing to do with the country code operator. And it would be interesting for us, and it would be useful that IDN operators would be represented together with other members in the CCNSO structure. It should also be noted, and Andrei, you mentioned that there is an understanding for the need of a broader representation or a broader cooperation of CCTLD operators on the international arena. If a jurisdiction or a region receives an ICANN conference, of course, it is an important milestone, and we are happy to consider any application, any invitation from a country to ICANN. But this is not the only possibility. This is not the only method of being involved in the international activities. At this point, I want to appeal to the audience and to CCTLD operators. Please consider not only participating in CCNSO activities. Of course, it's an excellent structure of ICANN, but please consider participating and contributing to the work of other groups that are developing various policies that will have an impact on CCTLDs and registries and GTLDs and, I don't know, local registrars. Many policies are being developed by GNSO. Not only specialized groups inside the organization, but there are also joint working groups being set up for policy development. As CCNSO and GNSO participates in those working groups on an equal basis with other relevant organizations of geographical locations and names. And this is one topic that is on the agenda of our region, definitely. APDP want to, given the changes in personal data, private data privacy regulation, is also relevant, and it is another topic which needs involvement of the national registries and registrars, and basically of the whole community, of anyone who's anything to do with the DNS market. Another strategic work stream, which is getting stronger, and actually our region is, if not a pioneer, but at least we are moving pretty well together with the rest of the global community, is the universal acceptance. Maria Kolesnikova heads a working group for the region on universal acceptance. And as someone from ICANN, I'm involved. So universal acceptance is a strategic priority for ICANN. This priority is gaining momentum. There is personnel allocated to this topic already. There are structures that are being shaped to interact with the regions through local initiatives. Andrei, you mentioned already the meeting that took place yesterday, where we talked about the possibility of a regional initiative on the basis of the regional coordination group. In the region, this priority should also be maintained. As I have already mentioned, half of the countries in the region have IDNs, and it seems to me this is a good good work stream in terms of its potential of cooperation with ICANN. This is one topic where we can achieve a lot if we push from it from out of the region. Basically, these are all subjects that I wanted to cover in my short presentation. In conclusion, let me just state that in this region, CTTLD operators are our main partners. It happened for historic reasons. The industry is developing, and that's the ICANN's point of view. The industry here is developing through country code operators' efforts. We do not see many GTLD operators in our jurisdictions, but yourselves and the TCI and people from other regions, they are our reliable partners. And for many years, we have been working with them in the framework of different initiatives and projects, and we want to strengthen this cooperation. Unfortunately, equally active at ICANN, we would welcome even more contribution of the countries from our region into ICANN's proceedings. We want your voice to be heard even louder. If you want to do something at ICANN, and I think you know about it, you have to do it yourselves. You have to go out to ICANN, you have to bother people at ICANN, otherwise you will not achieve much, because ICANN is a big bureaucratic structure. So if you want yourselves to be heard, if you want your voice to sound louder, you must participate face-to-face or remotely. And there are plenty of possibilities enabling you to do that. There are so many different groups. They all could be interesting for the countries of your region. And if we stay in touch, if we are in dialogue, it means that we'll understand each other better, we'll understand what concerns us, what our main challenge is. In a month's time, and this event has already been mentioned, there will be an Eastern European DNS forum. It will be the fourth DNS forum. Before that, it was hosted in Kiev, Minsk, and then in Russia. Now we are going south to Yerevan, to Armenia, and Liana, I'm sure, will advertise this events even more. And this year, as part of our agenda of the forum, we will not only discuss policies and new technical features of the DNS system, but there will be several sessions with a more applied attitude to focus on practical issues and even complaints that we get from out of this region and the way ICANN treats them. And we hope that the cases and the policies and practices that ICANN has will be adopted by CCTLDs, at least to some extent, at the country level, at the local level. One of the sessions to be held will be on cooperation between CCTLDs and ICANN, and the session will be hosted by Mikhail Anisimov. The session is scheduled for the second day of the forum, and during this session we will talk about the details of this collaboration and enhancing the efficiency of that collaboration and coordination. So I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you to the DNS forum. We will be meeting on the 11th and 12th of October in Yerevan, Armenia. So that's the main ICANN's message. Thank you for inviting us again to TLDCON. I'm open to discussions either during the sessions or on the margins of the conference. Thank you, Andrei. Thank you, Natalia, very much. It is Mikhail Anisimov was looking at me, probably trying to send me some message too. I think his message is that we should be freeing up the space on the stage and give way to the next session. Next session is to discuss cybersecurity. But Natalia, to go back to your words, you appealed to the audience, inviting us to become members of the working groups and committees. And there are many mechanisms like that at ICANN, but I want to bring this message also to the registrars. At least what the Russian registrars do, even if they are accredited at ICANN, they will first go to the registry. We are telling them, hey guys, you have your own committees, you are full-fledged members of the market, you are part of the industry, you're part of the community, why don't you go directly to ICANN? Well, I don't want to take too much of your time. But very briefly, this year we organized the pilot training in Moscow for ICANN accredited registrars. Judging from the comments of my colleagues from ICANN, it was one of the more successful pilot trainings, and we engaged in this pilot training activity last year only. Next week in Georgia, there will be another important event. It will be another pilot training for non-accredited registrars, local registrars who are not accredited by ICANN, and we want to inform them, to train them. I don't know, we want to give the local community the knowledge of ICANN and what we do and what is the place of CCTLDs and registries and registrars in the ICANN structure. It's amazing, but registrars do not need an accreditation to be involved because they too are part of the global ecosystem and free rights to participate in the works. So if this pilot project is a success, we will replicate the experience of those trainings to more locations, and we'll organize more trainings for non-accredited registrars. We want to deliver this message. We want to drive it home. You can be part of ICANN. You can participate. You can contribute, even if formally you do not have a membership, if you don't have an accreditation. Thank you. There is no time left for the questions unless there is something really urgent. Raise your hand if there is something like burning and you want to ask a question right away. If not, then let's thank the panel. Thank you very much. These are some souvenirs to the panelists from the Coordination Center. And the moderator of the next session is Mikhail Anisimov. And this session will discuss cybersecurity and how registries collaborate with law enforcement authorities. Yes, thank you very much, Andrei. Our next session will start right away without a coffee break. And following the session, we'll have a long lunch break. By the way, my name is Mikhail. I work at the Coordination Center. And today I will be moderating the session on cybersecurity, one of the traditional sessions of any TLDCON conferences. Today, we will try to understand how registries and other companies collaborate with the law enforcement agencies and how this cooperation can develop in the future. Let me introduce to you the panelists. And yes, you know who you are. Please start taking your seats. Right, and as the speakers are taking their seats, today the panel is very representative. We will have here people from different CCTLDs, people from the registries in our region and outside of our region. There will be people from the international organizations, and there will be experts that act as intermediaries often in this dialogue, which is never easy. There will be one more speaker over a video conference link. He'll be connecting later. Okay, registries and companies' cooperation or collaboration with law enforcement authorities has become extremely relevant in recent years. There is a certain regulatory vector that drives the need for such a collaboration. We all hope to get better understanding of the space that we can trust and how we can trust the whole online environment. That's why that is why I want to start by giving the floor to Hilda. Hilda, the director of .no, the Norwegian registry. Or you can stay there if you want to, or you can come to the rostrum, up to you. Hilda will talk about the principles of operation of .no, and also she will touch upon the European legislation and how it affects those processes. Hilda, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for inviting me. I'm going, as Mikael was saying, to talk about the Norwegian perspective and of the Norwegian registry's cooperation with law enforcement and with other Norwegian authorities. And of course, we cooperate with the government on a lot of things, including participation in ICANN and discussions on where DNS policy should go. But what I will be focusing on is the collaboration that happens when something bad is happening on the internet and someone wants to take down a domain name in order to stop it. And of course, all of you know enough about the domain industry to know that that's not the first stop of taking down illegal content. The most effective way is always to take down the content at the source, but sometimes that's not possible. And the only thing left is to try to stop or hinder illegal content or services by acting upon the infrastructure. And in that part, the registry has a role, and law enforcement has a role, and the courts has a role. Now, we exist within an ecosystem created by the Norwegian national law and by the rules that the registry set towards the domain holders. So what is happening in Norway cannot easily just be transposed into other countries' systems because it depends a bit on what powers has been given to the police, what are the normal procedures. But in Norway, when you turn to criminal law, domain names can be seized. They're part of what the police can seize. Now, the police have the power during their investigation to seize things that are believed to have been used in a criminal way. So they can seize a gun, they can seize your car, and a part. An expert in trying to provide information on how the DNS worked, and the Supreme Court decided that yes, a domain name can be seized. But it's a subscription. So what happens when the police seizes a domain name is they contact us, and then the right of use is transferred from the domain name holder to the police. But it still remains as an ordinary subscription. The police stands as the domain holder. They pay the bills, they make sure that the domain exists. And this is the same way as if they seize a dog. They have to feed the dog until, it's actually been decided on whether the dog has been used for a crime. So then, after the investigation has proceeded, there is a court case. And if the court finds the suspect not guilty, the police have to give things back. So then they transfer the domain registration back to the original domain holder. And that's why they need to make sure that it actually stays alive or at least registered until they can give it back. If the suspect is found guilty, and then two things can happen with the registration. And this is sort of what happens in ordinary life as well. If there are stolen bicycles that cannot be handed back to the original owner because nobody knows who it was, the police will auction them off and take the proceeds to state. If there are drugs, the police will not auction off the drugs, they will destroy them, of course. And the police then, with the domain registration, have the decision of whether they want to auction it off, they can, or whether they want to destroy it, that is, delete the registration, so the domain comes back to the pool of domain names that is held by the registry, and somebody else can register it. Now, if that happens because of a court judgment, then the registry will voluntarily block that registration from being registered for the next 2 years. And that's not some sort of permanent block list or something, but it's to take care of the next potential customer. You don't want to register the phone number that somebody used in a crime 2 weeks ago. You want that to be lying dead for a period of time so that when you get it, you don't get any traffic connected to what happened before. So what is the role of the registry in all this? Well, we do not judge whether content is illegal. One thing that happened in 2009 was that the Supreme Court, in addition to saying that domain names can be seized, also made a statement that NORID does not undertake any control of the content of websites and do not have mandate to react to websites that may breach the law. That's the task of the police and the justice system. But as a registry, our task is to make it possible for those who actually have the role of judging.
has that experience or practice. Well, that procedure, doesn't it slow down the process? Because sometimes when the investigators come to us, the domain name is undelegated, de-delegated immediately, or it takes a long time to find out who the user is, who the administrator is of the. So your experience, why do you find it more useful or more practical?
First, I need to do this, or I have double voice in my ear. I think one of the things that you touched upon here is that what I was saying about ecosystems, because one of the things that is about a Norwegian domain name is that in order to have one, you have to be either an organization registered in the Norwegian business registry, or you have to provide us with your citizen number. It's not exactly the social security number, but close enough. So unless, and we do have cases, of course, of identity theft in Norway as well as everywhere else, but unless that has happened, we know who the domain holder is. Donald Duck does not have a domain name under .no. The registrars are supposed to check when the holder comes to them and presents a organization number that they represent that organization. And if everything has gone okay, we know who the holder is, and the police know who the holder is, or at least who is responsible for the domain name. Now, the holder, of course, may have rented the domain name to somebody else or done other things. That means that the investigation starts somewhere quite different. But the action of transferring the registration from the former domain holder to the police is a fairly simple. They have to come to us and they have to tell us which police organization to register it on and what name service and all the other things. But the police have a registrar and they do the system. I mean, all they need to do is they need to contact us because this is a forced redelegation of the registration. It's not an ordinary transfer. But from the registry system perspective, it believes it's an ordinary transfer. It's just Norway pushing an extra button. So it happens pretty fast and pretty efficient. That's not a time-limiting step for us.
Well, I just wanted to say that wouldn't it be easier about something like that? They would be happy if they were able to become a registrar in those cases. But it seems to me and to my registry is that those domain names, they can just be frozen. They can be put on some waiting list or parking list that every registry has.
Yes, I think from our point of view, and it's of course choosing one way or another, and there's no right path, but the reason why we've chosen the things we did in Norway is that we want to echo the offline world as much as possible. So one of our guiding principles are that domain names are not magic. Also that NORID, the registry, is not God. But that since domain names are not magic, we want to treat them as other items that are seized. And they're being cared for and kept by the police. And we wanted that to be part also of a registration, that it is the police that is responsible to make sure that the domain stays. It's them that actually need to decide on whether to close the case or not. And if it's on a list with the registry, we become a part in a criminal investigation that we're not really a part of. So from a Norwegian perspective, it makes perfect sense. That said, it doesn't necessarily translate well into other countries, because it depends also on what powers the police have gotten in a country or not. And in Norway, they have a specific power, there are specific checks and balances, and the path we have chosen is within those checks and balances, is to treat it as an ordinary case. But again, in another country, police may have larger powers, lesser powers. It doesn't necessarily, so that's why I'm very firmly center the Council of European Domain Registries that one size does not fit all, but we can learn from each other and be inspired by others.
Thank you so much, Hilda. Please proceed to your place. Спасибо большое. Продолжаем.
Thank you very much. And on the subject of authenticity and trust and verifiability of the holder data and the registry trusting the data of the user or operator or the holder, I want to ask Olga Baskakova to take the floor. She will present one of the latest initiatives of CCTLD.ru. It's an initiative aimed at increasing the verifiability of the holder data. Microphone, please. One of the modern industries of a country called TLDs is creating a space of trust between all participants of the ecosystem. One of the key aspects of trust for all of us is that when we know who we deal with, we trust that person. If we don't know who is on the other side, if we are not sure, then there is little trust in that relationship. So the quality of registration data is of utmost importance in the context of trust. There have been many requests to improve the quality of data in the domain name registries. Those requests are coming from the users, from the international community, from the law enforcement authorities, from the judges, from the government, from the NGOs, from everywhere. In terms of the quality of registration data, well, first you have to start with understanding what is the current quality of your databases? What is the percentage of bad data in your registries? This spring, we carried out a survey on the quality of registration data. About 65% of the registries who participated in this poll are saying that in their registries, they have 1 to 10% of incorrect or incomplete data. We see the same in the .ru register. We have about 5% of incorrect data and less than 20% of incomplete data. Sometimes it's contact information, sometimes it's registration information. There are many practices of enhancing the quality of registration data. Within the framework of the same survey, we asked the question as to what people do in order to improve the data. Usually, the registries or the registrars try to validate the data even before the registration, before the primary registration of the domain names in order to prevent fake accounts from entering the space. But the methods, the techniques, the periodicity, regularity, well, that varies from registry to registry. There are different practices in different countries, but there is one trend. In order to authorize users and to validate the data, external databases today are used more and more often. The registrars use either government databases and also third-party databases and identification systems such as ID4Me. We see that in some countries, data validation using official government databases is already a mandatory procedure, and sometimes it is even fixed either in the rules of the registry or in the regulation. In other countries, such validation is still optional. And maybe it will become mandatory, or maybe it will not become mandatory, but these techniques are already widely used. Russia is not outside of this trend at the moment. In order to authorize users, we are thinking about using a single system of user authorization. It is a system that is commonly known as gosuslugi, government services, e-government services. This is a government database. It's official. The users are already familiar with it. There are more than 60 million validated accounts in this database as of February or March this year. So the numbers are growing all the time, and virtually all the grown-up population, like the adult population of Russia, sooner or later will have an account in this database. The database is easy to use. It is already familiar. And the fewer logins and passwords we need to remember, the better. It would be great if we only had to remember one couple of the login and password and get all your services via e-government services. It is possible now to, for instance, access your tax record via e-government services. Probably you'll be, well, if with time you would also be able to access your DNS or domain name record, it would be great. It's easy for the registrars. They don't need to ask the users to upload all of the retrieve some from those e-government that e-government database. I believe that this database holds a lot of promise in the future, especially when it starts getting biometric information, biometric data, especially in such transactions as transferring the rights from one registrar to the other and all of that. Well, we'll see. It will depend on how safe and secure the biometric data is in that system. Rules Center this year opened a pilot project. Rules Center connected to the e-government database, and Andrei Gusmichov is here, and he will be able to give you the technical details of this connectivity. But together with Road Center, we came to the conclusion that it is possible, it works, it's possible to connect, and it's possible to validate user data via e-government services. For the user, it looks very organic. When they log into their account, the users are requested to select a database, and e-government is gosuslugi is something that all users are familiar with. After that, they enter the e-government services with their password, and at the next step, some of the data that is already in this database is transferred to the registrar. For instance, the user will have to confirm his or her wish to share some of the data from the government database with, if there is a match between the data at the side of the registrar and the data in the government database, then the transaction is completed. However, every silver lining has a cloud, and yes, e-government seems very promising and looks quite exciting. However, there are challenges. One challenge is that in accordance with the current regulation, only legal entities that have a license for data transfer or telematic services can connect to the e-government database. Those registrars that do not have such a license will not be able to connect. Secondly, the number of fields that the registrar can retrieve from the e-government database is limited. Over here in this example, in the test environment, we could get a lot of data, including ID, passport data, date of birth, nationality, all of that. But in a production environment, which is today available to the registrar, all you can get is name, surname, account validated or not validated by the e-government service, and an identifier. Is this enough to validate user data or holder data at the side of the registrar? Not sure. A broader set of data like passport data and all of that, this is only available today for mobile operators to identify users, and that's the only category. Hence, several questions. Should we make an effort to change the legislation so that not only licensed entities, the ones with the license for data transfer, could connect to the e-government database, but all registrars accredited by the Rule Center could also get access to this database? Should we try to do that? Another question is, should we change the regulation to extend the amount of data that will be available to the registrars? And the third question is, and this is the most interesting question, but do we need an extended data set, or should we perhaps start considering storing not all of the user data in the registry, but instead we should keep in our registries just a link to the account in the e-government database, and that's it. And this is something that we would love to discuss with our registrars and other registries, and to see whether that approach is realistic, whether it's anything that we should be doing. Thank you. Thank you very much, Olga. Thank you. Your questions are very pertinent. In fact, the trends of using third-party databases is today very visible. It first emerged in some corporate entities, and today you can use your Facebook account or a Google account to register for some other services. So this is only a logical step forward when the same practice is adopted by the government, when the same service is adopted or practice is adopted by the domain registration system. Thank you very much. Please return to your seat. And as a follow-up to this discussion, I wanted to ask Kirill Mordany from the Operative Analytical Center of the President of Belarus to share their experience. Good day, colleagues. Perhaps you will find many similarities between my presentation and the one that you have just already, that you have just heard. However, there are some distinguishing features that make our system different to the one just presented. We'll start with the legislation. There is one law which governs many aspects of the internet operation in Belarus, and in particular it covers the registrations. Our analytical center has the right to establish the procedure, and there is a procedure, an instruction and a procedure for the registration of domain names, and it regulates everything related to the registration and the use of domain names and exceptions and what needs to be done in case of some illegal activity. In addition to the registration of domain names, there is also registration of internet resources in Belarus. These two registrations are within the domain of two different bodies. We are responsible for registration of domain names, and as for registration of internet resources, that's the Ministry of Telecom, and information. So in the country, there are two registers that basically duplicate each other because they both contain information about the registrar and the holder. The registrant has to use the domain name registered to be addressed to the resource. So basically, those two registers should be a copy of each other, and the data should be the same. Judging from practice, we see a more illegal behavior on the content side, on the internet resources side, websites side, and relevant governments, when they want to get information and to identify the owners of those resources, the government authorities should be going to the register of internet resources. But because of the current procedure and practices to enter and to validate the data in the two registers, the authorities more often than not would first come to us. The register for internet resources operates on a voluntary basis. If someone wants to operate a website for some legal purposes, then that person does need to register that website with the Register of Internet Resources. But our register and the data in it is mandatory, and that is why we think it is one of our priorities to make sure that the data in our register is accurate and complete. The information in the register is public and open. Government authorities usually searches for information on individuals rather than companies in our individuals, companies, and in practice, if there are any violations related to the content or the domain name, most likely the respondent in that case would be an individual. What do we do as a registrar to make sure that the data is reliable? There are organizational measures and technical measures. The regulation for registration of a domain name contains a couple of provisions that sets out the obligations onto the registrars and registrants. The data must be valid throughout the time of functioning of a domain name. There is an obligation to update the data if it changes, and the registry has the right to request an update if necessary. If a registrant receives a notice of update and that notice is not addressed, if it's ignored, then for us it is a breach of our rules, there will be implications for the registrants. If a holder of a domain name is interested in maintaining the name, then most likely they will comply with our warnings and notices. And then there are technical measures as well. Given the current practice of registrations, we don't want to overcomplicate the process. And therefore, at the stage of registration of a domain name, or if there is some transaction with the domain name, if there is a renewal, or if there is an update, technically, registrars can check the data of individuals. We have an e-government database. It's a single database of all government resources that is used to provide different services. And one of the services of the e-government is to check the validity of passports of individuals. Registrars can use that service to check the validity of passport of national IDs at the time of registration of a registrant. If the data is not matched, then either the registration is denied or a renewal is denied. It is possible for the registrar to request an update or an additional data for the registrant, and if the newly provided data matches, then the registration is completed. And the same procedure applies to companies, to legal entities. There is a register of legal entities in the country against which the data of the registrants can be matched. There are different types of breaches. There is a breach of the rules of registration, and there is a breach of the rules of operation of internet resources. If law enforcement authorities or other competent authorities see any violations in relation to content, that will not affect domain names. We can suspend registration or delegation if we see any violations of the rules of the use of domain name. What are these rules? Or rather, what are the violations? Data not accurate, data not complete, warnings are not complied with, or non-use of a domain name. If a domain name is registered, we want it to be used. We want there to be a resource attached to this domain name, just to register a domain name and keep it without any addressing, without anything. For us, it's bad practice. Another common violation is when there is some abuse of the domain names, but usually in those cases we'll have to wait for the decision of the court. It will be the court. The court is competent to decide in the more severe cases. The government authorities, if they see that some illegal information is disseminated via internet resources, then the competent authorities will first go to the telecom ministry, then the telecom ministry will enter the internet resource onto the blacklist, and access to that blacklist will be restrained. Again, the domain name is it will be intact, and it will not affect the domain name, but the access to the resource will be limited. We believe that the data in the register is of utmost importance. It helps our government authorities to fulfill their duties. That's why we provide for different modes of collecting the data. The classical way, it's still relevant. A request in writing to provide the information. But we want the government to get the information faster. So there is remote access now to our register for some of the government authorities. They are the ones who are charged specifically with getting access to this data, because our register contains private data, and the Tax Ministry, the Ministry of Interior, Antitrust, Trade Ministry, Ministry of Telecom, and State Security Service. They are the ministries that have direct access to our register, and on average a year we get 10,000 hits, 10,000 requests or searches in our database from them. As to what we hope to achieve, I have already explained that there is one single information system for the government, which is manifested as a government platform, and we are working today with the CCTLD so that all the relevant authorities would be getting the data from us via the e-government platform. We want to expand the operations of this platform, and some of the authorities already use that, but we want to also for the companies to have access to that same system. Another thing which is typical of Belarus, some individuals or companies, in order to protect their rights, usually we are talking about intellectual property, they would go to court, and in order to file a claim in court, they need to understand who the respondent in the case might be. Very often, respondents are individuals in accordance with the legislation. The claimant cannot get personal data of the potential respondents before they bring them to court, and this is a kind of an impasse. Sometimes people, companies cannot protect their interests and rights to a domain name or a website because of that obstacle in the law, and it's something that we would like to change in the near future. Thank you. Thank you, Kirill. Do you have any information about the ratio between the number of written requests and searches in the database? Well, I do not have precise data because the right to go directly to .by, and they also have the right to go to the registrars, and the registrars will then reply to them directly. Speaking from our experience, I would say that there is a dramatic difference between these two modes. It's like 100-fold. Which share is bigger? Well, more digital requests than like requests on paper or in writing. Okay, this is very interesting to know, because the trends seem to be similar everywhere. We're looking at the same modes of verifying the data, getting the data about the domain holder, the same ways of removing from delegation if the data about the holder is not verified or verifiable. Like this direct access is used more often today. Our next speaker is Richard Leaning. He's with RIPE NCC. Richard will talk about an adjacent practice. We will now turn to an adjacent industry, the IP industry. RIPE NCC too has vast experience of collaboration with the law enforcement authorities, so for us it will be very interesting to learn from them.
Good afternoon, and we can now talk about the sexy part of the internet, which, as we all know, is the numbers. Yeah, we're going to move it on from the domain names. we have, as the RIPE NCC, we have been dealing with law enforcement since about 2008, 2009, where a young detective from the Metropolitan Police in London came to RIPE NCC office in Amsterdam and basically asked the question, who runs the internet? Because they have a block of IP addresses which has been used in criminality, which they want to take down. So they asked us, RIPE NCC, you have this database, you're in charge of these IP addresses, please take them down. So we told this young detective, sit down, have a cup of coffee, because let me explain to you how the internet runs. No one runs it. It is everyone runs it. Since 2008, every time we engage with law enforcement, we have to explain to them who we are as a regional internet registry, because it's a very hard concept for them to understand. Who we are, what we do, and what we have responsibility for. I won't read this out, you can have my slides. The reason I do slides is because, one, I'm getting old and I have a poor memory, and secondly, you guys can keep them as something you can rely back on in the future. We explain to them what our core functions are, because they find that really difficult to understand. They think we have the autonomy to take down IP addresses, even today in 2019. So we always explain to them what our core functions are, what services we provide, and how we support the internet through the infrastructure. Why do law enforcement want to speak to us as RIPE NCC? The reason being is we do register organisations responsible for blocks of IP addresses. Criminals use the internet. The only way they get onto the internet is through IP addresses. We have a database that meant to show what blocks are allocated to what organisations, and law enforcement want those details so they can go and speak to those organisations to get the information that they require. And that is the person on the keyboard. We do not have that information. Even today, on my way here this morning, I had an email from someone in our service region asking me to tell them who was on the IP address at a certain time, at a certain day last week. They still believe that we have that ability to do that. We don't. All our database gives, as you all know, is who the organisation are, who are the members that have those IP addresses, and that's who they should be going speaking to if they want that granular detail. This, as you all know, is the information on a database. Our database is open. 90% of every piece of information that we have is on that public, open database. So that's where law enforcement goes to get that information. What we don't have in the database, we have our internal registry, is very small pieces of information. Financial transactions, ticket history, previous registration information, etc., etc. We are a Dutch company. We do not give law enforcement anything unless they come to our front door with a Dutch court order. And I can tell you, in 2019, we've had one. We've had hundreds of other requests, but we've only had one court order, because there's not much in our registry, our internal registry, that law enforcement actually needs. So what challenges do law enforcement have from our perspective as a RIR? As you all know, IPv4 is running out. So we are getting inundated with fraudulent applications for new resources. It's just unbelievable how many we're getting at the moment. We're having, because of the IP4 run out, we're having unauthorized manipulation of our database, either by they're just breaking into it or they're pretending to be someone else. They're manipulating the routing system, which I'm sure Benedict will talk about a bit later, or John Crane will. The biggest phenomenon that law enforcement are dealing with at the moment is this leasing and buying IP addresses, which is not captured in any database. It's just people sharing around. It's a bit like having a hire car, but you never keep a record of who actually has it at what time. that is the new phenomenon that's happening in this space, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse from what our dealings with law enforcement are. And the same old ones that in the database, we've heard about the inaccuracy of the database. Well, contact information. It's just, we're trying to get better, but it's not there yet. And the good old favourite, the carrier grade NAT. This is something that is a bit of a thing I like talking about, because I started talking about this in my previous role in 2007, 2008, that it's going to be really dangerous for everyone, and it's still there, and it will still be there for the foreseeable future. So what do we do as an RIR with law enforcement? We, and our community, and what people need to understand is that law enforcement, and I like the term competent authority, which I know everyone's been using, because it's just not law enforcement. There's many other government agencies that have to look after the safety of the public online. It's just not law enforcement. We deal with a whole range of organisations. Law enforcement are just one. So we all work with everyone to try and improve the integrity and accuracy of the data. We do respond to court orders, but they must be Dutch. And we provide training and information sharing sessions. We have devised webinars with law enforcement, with Europol and Interpol to be bespoke training packages to law enforcement, so they understand what the database is, they understand the routing tables, they understand how IP addresses work, and more importantly, how they do not work. And we cover 76 countries, as you know, but we do that globally. Trusted groups and experiences and expertise. This is not a group where we give them a bit of information that maybe help them, because we're all transparent and open. But we need to know as a registry what the criminals are up to. How are they exploiting our databases, our policies to commit their crime, because we need to learn. So we help them to understand the internet, and they help us to understand what the trends and the MO that criminals are using now. Law enforcement do participate, and they're participating more and more and more. They are coming to the conferences. I won't embarrass anyone asking if anyone's a law enforcement officer here, because normally I could tell by people wearing suits, because that's what they normally do, but this is a very well-dressed audience, and everyone has a jacket and shirt on, so they come to these. They come to various networking operating groups, and they go to the IETF. God knows why they go there, but they do go there. They ask all the RIRs, there's 5 of us, as you know, for training, and they're part of the policy process, the bottom-up, multi-stakeholder policy process. We don't actually call it multi-stakeholder, we call it open and inclusive, but it is multi-stakeholder. They are part of that process. Not only are they part of that process, they actually authored a policy that was adopted by the community, and that is the validation of the abuse C contact. So they are really involved, and they're not going away. They're going to be here more and more and more. And the last bit that I highlighted, report data inaccuracies. And I don't know how to get around this one, because law enforcement and the competent authority keep saying your database is inaccurate. Well, I can tell you how many reports that law enforcement in our 76 countries, which includes Lithuania, that they've reported to us of inaccuracies in our database. None. So this is a message we're trying to get to everyone. We need to work together to improve our database. I think that's me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much, Richard. A question, you may find it slightly philosophical. RIPE is the largest.
Oh, my question is a bit philosophical, maybe. The RIPE NCC is the biggest regional registry in the world, and you have to deal with so many countries with completely different legislation system, from Europe to Middle East, and with all other between them. So my question is it possible to understand or to find any actual trends in collaboration between you and law enforcement in all these countries, or it's impossible because they're completely different and you have to make different practices in different parts of the world? So,
No, we cover 76.
is there any in common with working with law
We deal
enforcement
with
in all
law
these countries?
enforcement in our 76 countries the same. What the presentation I've given here is the same that I would give in London, it's the same that I'll give in Moscow, the same I'll give in the United Arab Emirates. Because what you've got to remember is, cops are cops, no matter where in the world they are. All they want is tell me who has responsibility for that IP address so I can go and speak to them. So it doesn't matter who you are, what language you speak, what culture you're from. When you're investigating crime, the hook for any investigation is the IP address, so therefore it's the same language, even though we all speak different languages, exactly the same. So we deal with them, everyone, completely the same. We may vary it because of the understanding, but that is the premise that we work on. We do not treat anyone differently or more favorably depending where we're from. Everyone's treated the same.
Thank you so much, pretty clear. Сейчас у нас должно быть...
And now we're supposed to have a connection.
Hear us.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I believe you don't have this radio translating tool with you, so I will speak English. We're glad to have you here on the panel, and we are discussing here the collaboration between the registries and other internet companies and international organizations with law enforcement. And I have to say that John is one of the most frequent participants of TLDCON for the last 5 years, I believe. He comes every year to different cities to participate with us in security sessions. So, John, you have a huge experience in collaborating with different law enforcement, working in ICANN as the security person. Could you please share a bit of your experience of how ICANN manage to collaborate with all these people around the world, because the requirements are completely different and the situation is changing with all that legislation in privacy and so on. What do you usually do and what is the trends behind all that? So the stage is yours.
Thank you. Well, firstly, apologies for not being there in person. I'm actually at the Latin American and Caribbean TLD Forum here in Guatemala. So a very similar conference, just a different part of the world. So it was interesting listening to Richard speak about the RIPE NCC, where I used to work, coincidentally, before I joined ICANN. Because in many ways, ICANN's situation is similar, but on a more global stage. So in about 2000, when I joined ICANN, I still remember getting a knock on the door by a couple of gentlemen from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or the FBI. And indeed, they wanted to know about an IP address, not a domain name. And like most law enforcement, certainly back then, they knew absolutely nothing about how the internet worked. Turned out that the IP addresses were registered to the IANA, hence to ICANN, and they were starting with 192.166, rest of it private IP address. Law enforcement. Oh my God, 20 years ago. But in general, your average law enforcement officer working a case is not going to know how the DNS works. They are not going to know how routing works. And, you know, if we're lucky, they'll know the difference between a website and an FTP site. So the main thing that you end up doing with law enforcement is educating. So we spend a lot of time educating them and helping set expectations, because there's a lot of misunderstandings about how the internet works. Just like the RIPE NCC, a lot of people think that we run the internet, and as Dick pointed out quite clearly, nobody and yet everybody runs their own piece of the internet. So it's always a discussion. And if you work at a registry, that's always my first piece of advice is don't treat them like they're idiots. They know what they know. Educate them about what you do and what they can expect from you. So at ICANN, we actually work with the regional internet registries and other organizations like Interpol and Europol, etc., also to provide training materials. We've probably trained thousands of law enforcement agents over the years about how the internet, the DNS system works. What is a registry? What is a registrar? Where does the data sit? It's very interesting to see law enforcement agencies go to, for example, a generic top-level domain operator and ask for financial data about the registrants. Those of us in the industry know that that data is at the registrar, but law enforcement don't. So we want to save them the frustration and the work so that they go to the right place and ask the right questions. That's better for everybody. I even go as far as to advise, if your expectation from law enforcement is that they send you a piece of paper, be that a court order or some other apparatus that allows you to do your job, maybe give them a template. Make it easy for them. Make it easy for yourself. So the other thing that we found working with law enforcement and other bodies is that they also need a say in the policy. So just like Richard was talking about at the RIPE NCC, at ICANN we have something called the Government Advisory Committee. And within that committee, there's a public safety working group. The term public safety refers to not just law enforcement, but also all the other bodies that have a role around the world dealing with the safety of the public. And that's where in the ICANN realm, law enforcement get to give input and have their say into the policy processes. And it's important that they do. Have some interesting changes going on in the DNS world specifically. We have more encryption of DNS coming. We have DNS over TLS. We have DNS over HTTPS. We have deprive. We have a lot of things that are changing the way the world works, and law enforcement need to be aware of that. We have regulations appearing all over the world. The most common one, which certainly in that region you'll be well aware of, is GDPR from the European Union, which has had a massive effect on access to data, personally identifiable data, which has, of course, had a major effect on the access to who is. So there's a lot of policy discussion going on around that. And law enforcement and public safety bodies are heavily involved in those discussions. And there are many, many more laws and policies in development around the world. So for us, the key with working for law enforcement really is educate them, help them understand how the ecosystem works, set their expectations, but also give them a role and a place in the policy discussion. And I'll leave it with that so that if you want, you can ask questions. It's probably easier as I don't have slides.
Thank you, John. I'm totally agree in everything regarding the education. We really live in a completely changing world, constantly changing world, and it becomes the subject of some worries from the law enforcement, because sometimes they just cannot do what they are supposed to do. And regarding the policy, I would like to ask you the question that I keep asking you for several years, and to you and to other ICANN people, is that regarding some ICANN security project like DAR and the domain health indicator, This is a really good and really interesting project that accumulates a lot of data about using the domain names in new GTLDs and sometimes from even CCTLDs. So, is there any thoughts, just thoughts, not even plans, how to make all this data available, for example, for law enforcement? Because this is something that could help them to do their job in this completely changing world. And I believe that ICANN is, this is the part of the ICANN mandate to do this.
So projects so DAR specifically is really an indicator of the reputation of parts of the namespace. There is underlying data there. Most law enforcement agencies that I work with actually already have access to that data. That is data that comes from other sources. It's not ICANN data. And they actually have access often to better tools than we do. What we generate from DAR is more generic reports. What we do for law enforcement is when there is a case that affects the ecosystem, say a large case of criminal infrastructure that is behind botnets or malware, then we will provide direct subject matter expertise. I've spent many a day, many an hour locked in room with law enforcement, explaining to them exactly how the DNS ecosystem works and working them through lists of hundreds of thousands of names to try and limit collateral damage. So we try and provide expertise where our expertise lies. The actual data sources that we use, they actually come from somewhere else. And it's, in my opinion, better for law enforcement to get them directly from the experts than it is from us.
Thank you so much. So please stay online a few more minutes because we will have some time for questions at the end of the session. Benedict, this is your turn, and we are about to complete this session. I would like to ask you for several questions. I know that the part of your job is to be the mediator sometimes between the internet companies and law enforcement, and you have a lot of experience in that field. So it's also a bit philosophical question. How can we make this work more efficient in collaborating between these two bodies? And is it even possible, because sometimes they have completely different interests? So please tell us what you think about that.
Thank you. Здравствуйте.
Hello.
Russian. No, it turns out not. This is not the right time to start learning. So, thinking about the hacks that have become big public events of the last few years, we had MageCart, which was a compromise of payment cart system. WannaCry, a ransomware attack that impacted both the UK health system and I believe a number of very bad way. Mirai, an IoT botnet, and Avalanche, which has been my work for the last 3 years. They're all very different kinds of things, but all of them abuse domain names. So I'm here to talk for just a few minutes about how domain names are used specifically for hacking and what we do about that and how we can work together. So this is not talking about content, as Hilda mentioned, or access to data, as others of you have discussed. Purely about how we can suspend and take down domains used for these large hacking events. My experience, as I touched on very briefly, recently has been with the Avalanche case. We are on to the 3rd year of working on Avalanche. And you think, why does Benedict keep calling me and emailing me and Skyping me about Avalanche? And the answer is it's kind of headless. It is a very sophisticated attack that uses a large number of automatically generated domain names. So different to what we've been talking about before, these are automated systems, malware viruses, that are sitting on your computer for many years and trying to phone home, trying to contact the criminals that have installed this malware. So we can send the guys to prison. There were some Ukrainian guys, they went to prison, they paid somebody, they got out, they went back to prison again, and still the malware continues on and on and on. And we are talking large numbers of domain names. Right now we are blocking domain names under the Avalanche case to prevent them being used by criminals. So these are domains that have never been registered, and so they must be blocked at the registry level. It's very complex. We've heard how law enforcement find it difficult to get their heads around and to understand some of these issues. Imagine telling them that you want to stop a domain that does not exist yet. Everybody thinks it's like this Tom Cruise film, Minority Report. We are predicting the future. Despite this, after 3 years and cooperation between 40 different countries, things are getting better. And that's not a message you hear very often. Normally people in security say, oh, it's getting worse. Things are getting better. The US registries are working much more closely with everyone, with an honorable exception of VeriSign, who are still controlled and dominated by their lawyers. I think it's a testament to CCTLD-RU that you have made it so much easier to cooperate on technical matters than VeriSign. But we have still, and I think to answer the question Mikhail has been asking throughout this talk, is that we are still finding really interesting local jurisdictional differences. So some countries say, yes, we can seize a domain name like it's seizing a piece of property, as Hilda said. Some countries say, for example, my country of the UK says, no, we cannot. We can only... In other countries, it's the other way around. So we still have a number of local oddities. I'm enjoying the music very much. Thank you. I guess we've talked a lot about cooperation within country. This is a deterministic problem. In Norway, the Norwegian police can ask for a domain to be blocked. And there is a legal procedure for that. But what if the Norwegian police want an American domain to be blocked? Then we are in more of a non-deterministic situation. And this is where the challenge of international cooperation, the international technical diplomacy comes in. We see in Avalanche, when we ask different countries and different registries to block domain names, we try different approaches. Sometimes we ask through the police, so we ask the police to go and talk to the police in that country. Remember, in many cases, there are no treaties in existence, so we have to try these bilateral approaches. The police go to the police. In one country, I won't say its name, the registry said, of course we will cooperate with you, but whatever you do, do not tell our local police, because we do not want them to know we have this capability. So we talk about law enforcement collaboration. Sometimes it's not telling law enforcement in order to get the job done. That's the truth of the matter. Sometimes we go through the CERT, sometimes through prosecutors. In Europe, the prosecutorial network works very well within the EU. But most of the time, we rely on technical to technical. So we have technical people talking to technical people. And this gets away from some of the problems when we are talking, when I think we have politicians who want to talk about content takedown. So we stay very clear of the political. This doesn't scale. Any engineer listening to me will understand that these bilateral relationships do not scale well. And again, I think I need to salute Netascope for automating the problem. A simple ticketing system and accreditation of third-party notifiers. So you say, I'm not qualified as a registry to say whether this bit of malware is bad, but I will delegate to Bizon or Kaspersky or one of the number of entities that now participate in, I think it's 21 notifiers now in Netscope. Got a large number anyway. We have, in the United Kingdom, we have an excellent system called the Spock system. This is not the Star Trek Spock, but it's the single point of contact, SPOC. And if any of you have been infuriated that a law enforcement officer comes to you and says, hey, I'm a law enforcement officer, and they write from a Gmail address or a Yahoo address and say, but I promise you I'm a law enforcement officer, the Spock system solves that problem of accreditation. It provides one single person from law enforcement to talk to you at the registry or the registrar, and ask the registry or the registrar to provide one single person to talk to law enforcement. These two people start to form a relationship, and over time the quality of education improves. Highly recommend this system. You can even do it informally. It does not require a legal basis. You can simply say we are designating this person as a contact. There's a lovely quote I meant to say that Richard Salgado, who is the law enforcement representative for Google, for the whole of Google, once said at a congressional hearing, he said, most of my requests, they're for Facebook. So Google get requests for Facebook, and this is what the Spock problem solved as well, directing the request to the right place. I think there's one other thing, the setting of norms at a high level. Participating in norm-setting projects like the Internet and Jurisdiction Project allows us all to agree on taxonomies, the same language, and how we do this in order that international cooperation continue. But I do not see any formal international treaties arriving anytime soon on this. So let's keep talking, and let's keep talking in forums like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Live long and prosper, Benedict. I think it was a perfect wrap-up, even better than I could make for this session. Please come take your seat. And we still have some time for just a few questions if you have to any of our participants. And we still have John online. So please. Окей, хорошо. Ну, это, как правило, значит, если нет вопросов...
Well, that means, usually, that means if there are no questions... Oh, there is a question.
JC Vigna from Uni Registry. I was extremely interested in your presentation about Avalanche and this minority report style of investigation. Can you share a bit more about how you determine that an uncreated domain is going to be malicious?
Hi, thanks for the question. So I often use the phrase people smarter than me, so this is a good use of that phrase. Fraunhofer in Germany reverse engineered 80 different strains of malware. That requires an incredible level of skill, and I think there's only a few people in the world that can do that. They looked for the domain generation algorithm. So there is a small algorithm that takes typically the date and loops through to create, again, typically 1,000 domains a day in a number of different TLDs. All the criminals then have to do is register one of them. So these are deterministic, algorithmically generated to that algorithm into the future. Typically we do that for 1 year because otherwise we'd go crazy, but there is no time limit to that. And as a little promotion, if I may, we have produced at Shadow Server, we have produced a DGA RPZ. If you guys use RPZ in your DNS resolvers, so that's Paul Vixie's idea of taking a list of bad domains and blocking them at your resolvers. We've produced a list that's for free. You can test it of these domains. So if you want to protect your users, come and talk to me and you can be a beta tester.
follow-up, if I may. Just a quick follow-up. Just to come clean, I am the director of compliance of a registry, or many registries, and I'm all for eradicating the bad guys, and the sooner the better. So working in the future works really well. I'm just going to question the legitimacy of basically based on an algorithm that was reverse engineered. You're going to come to me and say, please prevent potential customers from registering those strings. And again, we all want to do the right thing. It's just that, why? What cover can you give us before we take such drastic action?
It's a really good question. I worry a lot about it, and I worry about the explosion of these things. Currently, these AT malware families I mentioned, they generate about 100 million domain names every year. So if we enumerated, if we blocked this entire space, that's actually, this shadow domain space is a serious chunk of the real domain space, something like close to 1/3 or 1/4. Luckily, at the moment, we are dealing with not very good criminals. The domain names they register typically do not, very long 11 to 15 character nonsense, so they do not present a problem of collision. It's not like you're taking anybody else's property or you're denying anyone the ability to register a domain name. But as the defenders get better, of course the criminals get better too, and we are seeing, for example, the first domain generation algorithms that use real names. I've seen some names that look like, some domains that look like a first name and a last name, .ru, for example, in the last few months. All I can say is, by keeping humans in this process, we avoid some of the worst problems of automation. But by not acting, we leave victims exposed for years. So there is a balance to be found. Thanks.
Есть ли еще вопросы? Замечательно, мы как раз исчерпали все время.
If there are no further questions, and we have already exhausted the time allocated for our session, thank you very much for your attention. Enjoy your lunch break, and please be back here at 2:30 for the legal session. Thank you very much. Потом включаю.
Да.
Включение.
Разве... Коллеги, возвращаемся.
Colleagues, let's go back to your work. I hope you all had a good lunch and you've taken some rest. And we are ready to open our next session, where we will talk about legal issues of domain name registration. Please welcome our speakers to the stage, two lovely ladies. And where are the gentlemen, and the third lovely lady as well. Excellent. Very good. Everyone is present. For those of you who don't know me, let me introduce myself. My name is Sergei Kopylov. I am Deputy Director of .ru, Center of the .ru CCTLD for Legal Issues. Marina Rashkov was supposed to moderate the session. Unfortunately, she called in sick, and that's why, as an emergency, I will be her emergency substitute. Let's start with the introductions. We've got with us Gonzalo Manuel Bleda from the WIPO. Ekaterina Lenik. She's with the Ukrainian Registry. Hello. Muzey Gogiashvili, the Georgian National Communications Commission. And Katya Kalinicheva, the representative of a copyright holder or a trademark holder. We'll start with Gonzalo.
Будьте любезны. Не та. Гершели. А поменяли, нет? Поменял, да? Окей.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have just come from a very nice lunch, and first of all, I want to be grateful for inviting WIPO to speak today. I hope everybody had a coffee, so this is not very boring and everyone feels energetic about this. So let me talk a little bit about what WIPO does and why it's important to have a dispute resolution clause. In the beginning of today's event, we had. Oh, sorry. No problem. Should I? Okay, better now. Let me take this. As we in the morning, someone from Norid was explaining what is the role of a registry, right? And how do they have to be concerned or not with a dispute, and I think it's very interesting. If we have some general data, there are over 3.2 billion internet users globally, so it's clear that the digital economy has an impact in the GDP, in the creativity, in the innovation, but of course, with domain name registrations, there are also bad users. There are also bad people that register domain names not for a lawful purpose. That could be for phishing. We had a very interesting topic in the morning, actually two speakers talking about phishing. We can have fraud, we can have counterfeits, impersonation, malware. So that means that disputes will arise. And disputes are going to be between the registrant of the domain name, and in our case, I'm here today to talk about disputes with trademark owners or owners of other intellectual property rights. So, in the end of the day, ADR mechanisms, alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, or other people call them online dispute resolution mechanisms, depending on the characteristics, help mitigate consumer confusion. And in the end, it helps build trust in the space, in the domain name space. One of the speakers in the morning very cleverly highlighted the importance of building trust in the internet space, right? So if an internet user goes to a website which matches the trademark of, I don't know, like for example, Facebook with the CCTLD, Facebook, let's give an example, facebook.ro, that internet user is going to think that that website is related somehow to the trademark owner, right? But again, if there is a dispute because that is not true, that's a dispute that it's going to be between the trademark owner and the registrant of the domain name. The registry should not be concerned. It's not their mandate. It's not their obligation to be concerned with that type of disputes. So the WIPO created UDRP was and is a virtual contribution to e-commerce, because in the end of the day we are helping with the system, with this mechanism, we are helping to get a cleaner e-commerce space. As WIPO Director General Francis Gary said, domain names involving fraud and phishing or counterfeit goods pose the most obvious of threats, but all forms of cyber squatting affect consumers. WIPO's UDRP caseload reflects the continuing need for vigilance on the part of trademark owners around the world. How does it affect the registry or the CCTLD operators? Well, keep calm and carry on managing your CCTLD. That's your core business. Your core business is to manage your CCTLD. You don't have to be involved specifically or to employ resources, time, human resources, money in managing a dispute. So what options do CCTLDs have regarding a dispute resolution? A CCTLD operator have the power to, if they want, outsource the case administration and the decision making to an independent body. For example, what does outsourcing of a dispute mean for a CCTLD operator? Well, it means that the entity managing the dispute will be in charge of appointing someone, normally a different person that it's not the entity, and that person will be deciding. In the case of WIPO, what we do is that we have a list of panelists that are familiar with internet legislation, with IT law, with trademark law, but they are external. They don't work in WIPO. So what we do is we find the right person for the right case, and we appoint that person in order to render a decision. But it's that person, independent and neutral, the one that will decide the case. Of course, an alternative system does not preclude court options. The beauty of this system is that, of course, if any of the parties want to go to court, they can do so. This is irrespective of the option of going to court. And again, this has no cost for the CCTLD operator. Just to give you a quick view of what are the type of dispute resolution models that a CCTLD operator can take, different to the court. It could be the UDRP, it could be a UDRP variation, it can be an expedited arbitration, like .ac, .io, .pl, .sh. All those are CCTLDs for which WIPO is a provider. We launched the CCTLD program in 2000, and we have more than 75 CCTLDs working today with us. And what does the WIPO CCTLD program cover? We can help you with the registration agreement in order to incorporate dispute resolution clauses that are efficient. We can help you to update the dispute resolution policies. For example, this year we helped .mx Mexico in making their proceeding paperless. And we can, of course, manage the disputes. That's the type of services that we can provide. We have some WIPO CCTLD best practices. We will be launching in early October a CCTLD guide with some recommendations for CCTLD registries and operators. It will be free of charge, and of course, feel free to contact me at the end. If you want, you can give me your card, and I can personally send you a copy of the guide. And of course, in one of our best practices includes taking into account the minimum standards for IP protection in CCTLDs. We're very familiar with that kind of requirements, so we can help you accommodate, for example, the dispute resolution policy that it is specific for the needs of a specific jurisdiction. Taking a look very quickly to the WIPO CCTLD program, some important additions in the last 3 years. In 2017, .eu, .se, in 2018, .ai, Anguilla, .ge, Georgia, .py, Paraguay, and in 2019, .ua, Ukraine, and .cn, China. If we take a look to the number of cases for the last year, this would be the top in number of cases for CCTLDs. we had 69 cases for .nl for the Netherlands, 68 for .se for Sweden. If we take a quick look to the number of domain names in our proceedings, I would say that in 2018, 11% of the domain names were ccTLDs. That was around 560, more or less. Last year, we had 3,447 disputes. It was a historical record year. And one of the things that we do in WIPO, it's to bring certainty to the system. We really want the parties to have tools that help to kind of predict what are the potential outcomes of a dispute. For that purpose, we published the WIPO Overview 3.0, where we studied more than 1,000 decisions from 2016 and 2019, only to update the previous version of the WIPO Overview. In this tool, the parties can search for the most common reasoning of a panelist in order to resolve a specific issue. So what we are trying in WIPO is to seek that the UDRP panels kind of apply consistently the UDRP principles, and that of course the parties have a tool that they can look at in order to kind of foresee what kind of result they can get, and also to build their arguments. Over 40 WIPO ccTLDs have adopted the UDRP, like for example .md, .me, .tj, .co. And the main advantages of adopting that is, well, the UDRP in general, but also UDRP variants are very efficient in the time effective. They're very time effective. We have an average of 68 days in managing an entire dispute. It's cost effective because there are fixed fees, and the fees are paid by the complainant if they're choosing for a single member panel, or it's a split between complainant and respondent if it's a 3-member panel selected by respondent. But again, regarding the fees, this doesn't mean that the registry has to pay anything. The registry has no cost in the proceeding. It's all for the parties, and especially for the filing party who has to pay the 1,500 in the case of WIPO. And well, it's predictable. We have been managing the UDRP for 20 years. We have over 45,000 cases, and it's consistent. We have had cases going from one domain name to 1,500 domain names in a single case. We have had parties from over 170 countries, so it's international in its nature. We have proceedings administered in over 20 languages. It's a really international environment. Again, global jurisdiction, time and cost effective, predictable. The results are implemented by the registrar or the registries in certain cases, paperless pleadings, registry neutrality, and the possibility to combine the ccTLD with a UDTLD complaint. So a complainant can submit a complaint regarding .co and .com, for example, if it is the same respondent or if there is a common control over those domain names. But of course, some jurisdictions think that the UDRP is not the best option, and they may think, well, we still want to bring the possibility of an alternative to courts. Parties can go to court, but we want another possibility. And here's where variations of, let's say, the UDRP comes into place. So just to give you some examples, .cn would be a variation, .se, .ua are variations of the UDRP where specific requirements of the jurisdiction, of the registry, are taken into account to tailor-made a dispute resolution system that satisfies the needs of that jurisdiction. Like, for example, bearing in mind the language. So the dispute is managed in a specific language. In the case of .es, the disputes are managed in Spanish. In the case of Ukraine, there is the possibility of Ukrainian, Russian, or English. Also, panelists. Panelists there is the possibility of tailoring the dispute so the panelists have to be of that nationality. In the case of Ukraine, Ukrainian panelists. And appeals. And it's between quotation marks because it's not exactly an appeal. It's just that the parties can go to court. The parties can go to court irrespective of what is the result of the decision. And then you can say, well, but then why implementing such a system if the parties can still go to court? Well, because it's expensive than court. You don't have to hire, if you're the respondent, you don't have to hire a lawyer to be represented. If you're the complainant, you don't have to hire a lawyer to be represented. The scope of rights protected. Some systems require that there are intellectual property rights protected in that specific jurisdiction. Some dispute systems require registration or use. If you're familiar with the UDRP, there are 3 requirements. The 3rd requirement is registration and use. However, in such systems where the CCTLDs adopt a variation, they can go for registration or use instead of and. Some of them also include a mediation conciliation element. Some of them tailor it to the local jurisdiction. So in case of, there is a specific provision. So in case of a conflict with the decision to stop the implementation, they would have to go to the courts located, for example, in case of .br to Brazil, in case of .es to Madrid. Fees, there are special fees for certain CCTLDs. And there are also the possibility of subsidized fees. And regarding the eligibility criteria, there are certain CCTLDs that require an eligibility criteria in order to transfer the domain name, like for example .eu or .au. I already talked about the number and nationality of panelists and also explained to you that certain specific dispute mechanisms have a specific provision on the language because it's tailored to the national requirements or normally involve parties of that nationalities, right? Like for example, .es, .mx, .ua. And just to give you some examples of the last cases of 2018, 2019. For Ukraine, Facebook.ro, Vodafone TV.ro, all of these are clear examples where I think that you can easily find and recognize the trademark. Carrefour.com.ye. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation, and please feel free to contact me at any time. And I'm happy to give you my card. Feel free to give me your card. I can send you the CCTLD guide if you are interested.
Большое спасибо.
Thank you very much. With your permission, are you ready? Right. With your permission, I have only one question to ask. One question? One, two, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yes, so, right. Thank you very much. And with your permission, I wanted to ask you one question. What's the word? How does the WIPO system matches the national legislation? Where is the match? We do not want to adopt UDRP in Russia, but because there is a conflict between UDRP and the national legislation. In Russia, there are new GTLDs registrars. They are active in Russia. They are offering services to the Russian users. They register domain names in the new GTLDs. And according to the contract, all registries of new GTLDs must implement UDRP. And now, imagine a case. There is a registrant. He comes to the registrar, registers a domain name. Then, under UDRP procedures, the domain name is removed from that registrant. The registrant then files a case, or a claim, against the registrar. So there is a court claim against the registrar. Under the Russian laws, this may be seen as a bad quality service which was interrupted out of the blue, and we have special laws to protect consumer rights, and those laws protect the interest of the consumers to the very end. So if there is a service that was removed from the consumer for some unknown or unclear reason by the decision of some foreign panelist, arbiter, and that application will not even be received by the Russian courts because there is no such procedure. They don't know what UDRP is, how the panel is built, and why. I mean, what do people do in those cases when there is a conflict between your recommendations and policies and the national legislation? What would be your advice?
Thank you for your question. It's a very interesting one, and I think I can. From the CCTD perspective that you started with, when you're adopting a dispute mechanism and you want a variant of the UDRP, you're adopting a specific mechanism that can take into account the national legislation and accommodate that system or that mechanism to the national legislation. So that would solve part of the issue that you were pointing out. And then regarding the UDRP, it's also related to what I was telling you. The registrar are not part of the proceeding. The proceeding is against the respondent, which is the registrant. So, of course, I can see that there can be some problems with a registrar facing court because a respondent is filing a claim against them. But frankly, from the UDRP perspective, they are just implementing according to the UDRP rules because they are an accredited registrar under ICANN. So that's something that they have to bear in mind. And of course, they are not part of the proceeding. They are not the decision maker. And that's why it's also important for the registries, for the CCTLDs, to become independent of the system. Because if you are independent of the system, you're just stepping outside and you're just looking to what one person is deciding on the case. And you're just implementing, following the orders, following the contract that it's established in that regard. So it's really a matter of contract law. You are stepping outside, you're independent, the decision has been made by the panelist. Then, of course, it would be a matter of national legislation to see how contract law is governed and all that kind of stuff. I cannot really go into that detail, but thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, let's thank the speaker. And I invite Muzia Gagilashvili. I did stumble with your name. I do apologize. Please welcome Ms. Gagilashvili.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank organizers of this meeting and hosts for inviting me here and giving me the possibility to share with you the topics related to .ge/CC/TLD management reform. Someone might be curious why I, representative of regulatory authority, are talking about this and why I represent this, why I present this reform. First of all, my regulatory authority and myself, we supported very much to this reform, and then I'm a member of advisory board of .ge/CC/TLD, and that's why I am here and I represent this reform. I will start with a brief history of .ge/CC/TLD. It was delegated to SANET Ltd. In 1992. So in December, as far as I remember, in 2nd December, it will be, .ge will be 27 years old. In 2006, 3 companies merged and one large company appeared, Caucasus Online, and it became manager of .ge, and not only manager, but at the same time the only registrar of .ge. And because of this and because of other very poor regulations, poor rules, various problems appeared. And there were lots of letters, lots of requests. Registrants applied to GNCC to regulatory authority to research this topic and to do something to improve the situation. And I myself and GNCC, of course, in 2015, we started to research this problem, and we opened public consultations. And after these, so according to these public consultations, all the stakeholders, almost all the stakeholders required to provide reform of .ge/ccTLD management. And in 2016, Caucasus Online, in cooperation with Carrefour.com.ge and glovoapp.ge, glovo.ge. These cases are in parallel because these are almost similar cases. So, in case of Carrefour.com.ge, this domain was registered on 8th of June last year, and in result to parked pages. glovoapp.ge and glovo.ge also was registered on 8th of July last year, and these domains also immediately result to parked pages. Complainant of Carrefour.com.ge was, of course, Carrefour. And complainant of other two domains was Spanish company, Glovo App, which through a smartphone application provides delivery service from the shops, supermarkets, etc. Respondent of Carrefour.com.ge was Tool Domains Ltd of Sofia, Bulgaria, and respondent of glovoapp.ge and glovo.ge is a physical person, Ketevan Vadachkoria, citizen of Georgia, she's registrant. And administrative proceedings were fulfilled last year in autumn. The complainant's cases in summary are as follows. So, disputed domain names were confusingly similar to their trademarks, Carrefour and Glovo. The respondents did not have any rights to legitimate interest or any rights or legitimate interests in the disputed domain names. The domain names resolved to parked pages. They did not use these domain names. Displaying a parked page does not constitute a bona fide offering of goods or services. The respondents registered and used the disputed domain names in bad faith. The respondents offered the complainants to sell the disputed domain names. Thus, the only reason why registrants registered these domain names was to seek advantage of the trademark by selling the domain name to the complainants or to their competitors. So, according to .ge policy, so I will not bother you with reading this slide. I will just say that decisions was similar. So, disputed domain names carrefour.com.ge and glovoapp.ge and glovo.ge were transferred to the complainants. This is what I wanted to speak to you, to share with you. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm providing the website of .ge Manager, so you can find all the documents related to .ge management on this website, and if you have any questions, I'm ready to answer. If you will have any questions after this meeting, here it is my email. Thank you.
Большое спасибо. Будут ли вопросы?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the floor? May I ask you a question? Have you ever investigated whether the .ge in Georgia is popular or more popular compared to foreign domain areas, zones? No, not yet. This is a great idea. It's something that we should do. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, since we're still on the subject of UDRP, let's give floor now to Ekaterina Alenik. She will discuss the experience of the Ukrainian registry, and that was quite recently, right? Only, I don't know, a couple of days ago, you adopted this procedure for the national domain area.
For the great presentation, for starting me to discuss what is UDRP is and why for us, for UDRP registry was a great partner who just made a great effort to establish the basic rules for UDRP in Ukraine. And first of all, I would like to say that I am, as the actual panelist who provides and resolves cases in UDRP before WIPO and before National Arbitration Forum, I was really happy and just facilitated the idea of implementation UDRP-like procedure in the UA registry. So it is common knowledge that actually country code top-level domain names has a great flexibility to find those dispute resolution proceedings that would like to implement into their level. And where is the clicker? Yes, just, yeah, thank you. So that why we decided this dialogue when actually UDRP registry is a very well established registry with the great rules of handling domain names, but the only weak point was that there was no alternative dispute resolution in Ukraine. Instead of that, what the trademark holders and other holders of intellectual property rights had in Ukraine. They had very difficult and burdensome legal procedure to hear the case before the court. What is it from the perspective of the protection of intellectual property right? For instance, the first one is how to establish the person who is liable for trademark infringement, and factoring that GDPR brings additional hurdle to establish the person who is behind the domain name, the case becomes more complicated. Therefore, the first stop point which prevents to filing the court action is too difficult to establish a person behind that. What actually the Ukrainian practitioners did? They started to involve registrars of domain names as the defendants, so that to get the information from them who is their actual client and to whom all the claims, trademark infringement claims, should be addressed. Is it good for the domain industry to be involved in the court proceedings for just providing the legal the services for registration of domain names? Certainly it is not, but still it was burden to do that. The first one. The second one, jurisdictional issues. We just live in the internet gives a very broad perspective of registering domain names wherever the world throughout any jurisdictions. And now we may have the case when registrar, registrant and trademark holder may all come from different jurisdiction, and a domain name and the website to which it addresses follows internet users to a specific target audience in a very different jurisdiction. So we have a multi-jurisdictional and cross-border litigations. It is difficult always to establish the competent court who will handle these cases. UDRP helps to solve this problem and to provide the very clear and concise answer to whom all these claims may be addressed to. Time-consuming court proceedings. Certainly, internet is a very, very fast time world. And if we're talking about court, it may take a year at least to obtain a decision onto the merits of the case. This is not good for a trademark holder as well, and it does not give the respective protection from the standpoint of intellectual property rights. After that, from the Ukrainian perspective, in some cases when there is no clear-cut case of trademark infringement, it is often necessary to involve the IP code expert to obtain the grounded decisions regarding the similarity of the marks and whether the use of a trademark in a domain name may constitute a trademark infringement in the context of the Ukrainian laws. Good. Then, we certainly understand that if you bring a case to the court, but you do not freeze a domain name against a transfer of this domain name to another registrant or to another registrar, after start of the legal proceedings, you may come with additional hurdle of further prosecuting this case. Of course, if you don't have freezing order and do not obtain it before the court, parties of the proceedings may change, and it may complicate the case, and it even makes it almost impossible to further carry out on. It's not good. And then this is additional burden for us from the perspective of the registrars of the domain names. In some instances, when the judges do not know well about all the very peculiar issues how registration of domain names takes place, they sometimes issue injunctions against registrars and put sanctions on them and impose and issue the decisions when they have to bear the cost for court fees or other damages that can be suffered by a trademark owner. This is not good as well. Therefore, I truly believe that UDRP proceedings can help to solve all the issues related to protection of intellectual property over the internet in the vast majority of issues, starting with cyber squatting, use of a domain name for fraud, for malware or other illicit activities, and gives a very clear-cut instrument and very predictable one to obtain the decision onto the merits of the case. That's good that typically in contrast to the domain name, to the court proceedings, it gives faster and clear procedure for handling the case. So within 2 days after the receipt of notification from the WIPO on initiation of the administrative proceedings, a registrar has to provide the information about the holder of a domain name. Yes, thank you. And further, to freeze a domain name, that is good. After that, 20 days are provided to obtain the response from the registrant, so that the opponent in the process. Then, within 5 days, WIPO appoints a panel and to give the opportunity for the parties to challenge the candidacy of a panelist who is appointed for the case, if they have some concerns about the person who will hear this case. And 14 days for the panel for issuance of a decision. Certainly, there might be some variations in this procedure and the terms, but they are not really as dramatic as in the legal proceedings. And the very important issue that is ex parte proceedings. No court sittings. It is not necessary to come to the court to provide their arguments, to appoint attorneys at law who will be able and have the right to represent a person before a court. Of course, in Ukraine, for instance, there is a monopoly for attorneys at law only to have the right to represent a person before the court, unless some. But there are some instances where it is possible self-representation, but the general rule is that. Therefore, the relief is very clear one and is made a really valuable one. Certainly, in contrast to the court proceedings, which provide the broad array for relief which may be sought, For UDRP, you may just either ask to transfer a domain name or to cancel it. But still, from the perspective of the efficiency of the proceedings and not to make it really complicated, it is good. And trademark holders would feel that it will suffice their needs of trademark protection. So if we are talking about implementation of UDRP-like procedure in the country code UA, we took into account two main issues. The first one, registration of a domain name, of a second-level domain name in the UA is restricted by a trademark registered in Ukraine. From one point of view, we can think that it would help us to preclude totally for any illegal use of or illegal registration of domain names of a second-level domain names. But as we will see already from the first case of which can be heard before WIPO and related to the OPPO trademark, those cyber squatters and any other trolls who would like to take undue advantage from another person's trademark use different tricks to circumvent this prevention. For instance, in this case, regarding OPPO domain name, which was registered in the domain name UA, original trademark holder has a trademark registration for two classes. For classes for mobile phones, class 9, and for classes 35 related to services, marketing, and other promotion over the internet. The general system of trademark registration gives the opportunity for a trademark holder to obtain the registration in about 45 classes of international classification. What the cyber squatters do? They try to find any class which is not related from the core business of the original trademark holder, and in this case they obtain the registration of a trademark OPPO in class 45 related to legal services, security services, and that's all. So actually nothing to deal with the original use and registration of a trademark. But still, such registration will give them the opportunity to register, to obtain a domain name in the second-level domain UA. And they did it. They get a domain name and started to use it as online platform for selling mobile phones, thus expecting that it might be OPPO. Okay, so, but still, factoring that this domain is not under control of a trademark holder. Trademark holder cannot control whether the products which are sold onto this domain name are the original or fakes, or cannot provide any guarantee or any other warranty they would have upon selling of the original products to end users. So this may result in the this may have dramatic impact onto the original use of a trademark. Therefore, OPPO, the original trademark holder, filed a complaint under the UDRP procedure, which has been recently implemented since March, and actually tried to challenge this conflicting domain name using three classical criteria to establish a case before UDRP. So what the trademark holder has to prove? So he has to prove the confusing similarity with a registered mark. Okay, if we talk about domain OPPO UA, certainly it totally incorporates the original trademark, and there is no issue regarding the use or any confusing similarity. The trademark registration and the domain name were identical. No rights or legitimate interest and use in bad faith. These are, from the perspective of my experience of handling cases as a panelist, are the most tricky thing in the UDRP. because it is said it has to establish and to analyze different aspects of the actual use of a trademark and the actual use of a domain name, so that to keep the balance between the exclusive right of a trademark holder to prohibit from illegal use of a domain name and the right of a person for free speech, freedom of speech, free use of a trademark, non-commercial use of a trademark, and different forms of any good faith use of a trademark, which cannot be prohibited by a trademark holder. And from this perspective, this is what Sergei told in the first question to Gonzalo. This is the main conflict with the general concept of consideration of the case under the UDRP proceedings and under the national law. Of course, from Ukrainian perspective, if this case would fall and would be considered by the court, the only issue that the court would consider is confusing similarity between marks and whether the use and the registration of a mark is similar to the original one. Legitimate interest or use in bad faith would be analyzed by the court in a very limited manner, and sometimes it precludes from cancellation and transfer of domain names, even if they are pirated. In this case, I would like to address how the panelist addresses and discusses the issue of the lack of the legal interest for registration of the domain name. From the formal aspect and what opponent says in their response to the complaint, they say, guys, I met all the formal procedures. I meet all the formal requirements to obtain registration of a domain name. I have a registered trademark and applied to get, based on the first to file basic principles, and get the registration to the US domain name. I'm the legitimate user of a domain name. The panelist said, no, you applied and registered a trademark already in bad faith, just to circumvent the legal hurdle to prevent cyber-squatted domain registrations. And I truly believe that the Ukrainian courts would never establish that. It might fall under the discretion of the Anti-Monopoly Committee of Ukraine, who will handle unfair competition cases, or it might be any other combination of legal proceedings that are really complicated and do not give the respective relief to a trademark holder. Sergei addressed the very important issues. Certainly, the local legislations sometimes do not give the enough possibilities and the enough opportunities to challenge domain names. But from my perspective, the very important issue is that these are, and UDRP procedure is incorporated in the contractual relationship between a registrar and a registrant. When registering a domain name, it accepts, a registrant accepts the rules and procedures under which they register the domain name. And if it does not comply to the rules under which are established in the respective domain name zone, so under the respective procedures which are provided either by the law or by the contract, they can lose a domain name, can be lost. Therefore, I think that UDRP keeps a really good balance of the people who actually use a domain name system in good faith, and helps to prevent, to combat with those who try to use different alternative mechanisms to get unfairly a domain name and try to use it in any illicit activities. And this UDRP procedure helps to combat this. So this is the main point what I would like to address in my speech, and will be happy to answer all the questions.
Катя, ну если позволите,
Katya, a question with your permission. The Ukrainian laws are very similar to those of Russia. So, as you were speaking, I reviewed your national law on consumer rights protection. It seems to me that it's very severe. It's even tougher than the Russian one. So, as a consumer, I should be glad for the Ukrainian consumers. But I will read this text with greater attention when I have time. But so you adopted UDRP, and I agree with you that it's a kind of a contract. It's a system of contractual relations. The consumer is then under the system is in a weaker position. The terms of this contract are actually imposed on the consumer or on the registrant. The registrant may lose the domain name because of the decision of some foreign third-party panelist. And that decision cannot be really appealed. So under your national law on consumer rights protection, would not that be considered as a discriminating term for the consumers? Wouldn't be that a provision in the contract with the registrants considered invalid because of that, null and void? No, so far we've never had issues like that. In the internet, what we've got is the so-called soft law, right? So if there is a legal space that restricts, and provides for good faith use of any property, the same in the soft law and the regulation and the rules of the internet. This is not discriminatory at all. You can't protect your right by violating someone else's right. Because, I mean, in those cases, we are talking primarily about bad faith cases. This is just an additional legal recourse. So if the user, didn't act with intention, he registered the domain name. There is nothing on the domain name. There is only a mail service there, right? The domain name is used for the mail service, and then he's not using it, and the domain will be revoked. And just because somebody else's trademark was breached, all other rights would not be protected of that registrant. Why? Why are you saying that? No, of course not. Property imposes certain duties, right? And if you are a user of certain domain name, you must understand what your mandate is with respect to this property or with this object. If your domain name is identical to... No, when it comes to like Google or Facebook, I agree. I mean, this is identical, but what about, bakery.com, whatever. There are so many bakeries around. Well, UDRP is very flexible, and this is what I like about it. And in terms of good faith principles, there are many opportunities for the respondent to defend their rights to the domain name. It gives more opportunities for that than the Ukrainian legislation. The national laws are much stricter than UDRP, and I've seen many decisions in favor of the respondent. It's just that the respondent must be, competent in providing the responses to the panelist, to the claim. Yes, please. Microphone, please.
Actually, and it's kind of what Katarina was saying. The respondent has plenty of opportunities to defend themselves, and that doesn't have any cost for them. Just think, what are the costs for a respondent to go to court? I don't know if in Ukraine do they have to hire a legal representation before the court. That has a cost. However, in this mechanism, they just have to send an email. That's it.
Я прошу прощения. Да, русско-английский, но, увы, да, так. Я прошу прощения.
In Russia, this is about 30 euro. The price would be about 30 euro. This is the state fee for a court resolution of a case, including a government lawyer. I'm sure that UDRP will be more expensive. Katya, someone like you will be very expensive. I don't argue with that. But there are many lawyers fresh from school, and they have to get training. Right, so they are trained on the convention of industrial property and all of that, and the Russian practice basically copies the WIPO recommendations. It took us a long time, actually, and initially, in the very first years, I personally came across well, not incompetence, but very little expertise of the judges in the field of domain names and our industry in general. So I had to somehow find a way out of this predicament. The .ru has always appeared in those cases as a respondent, or in better cases as a third party. Even today, we are very often added to the case as a third party. And there is a right to revoke, or rather, there is a right to respond, right? We give responses, our arguments, even as a third party. We provide our arguments to the courts. So I was using this opportunity to fill in the first 15 pages of our response with a lecture on the DNS. Okay, Google, what does that mean? Like I was giving pictures, illustrations, graphs, whatever. So the first 15 pages of my response to the court would be a lecture on DNS, and the last page would be the 16th page. Will say that we leave the decision to the court. And that was it, basically. And it worked. It worked at every stage of appeal, and even when we got to the Supreme Court, I started seeing the wording that I used in my responses. There is a college on intellectual property. It's a special appeal, cassation instance that is like the ultimate court for IP and especially provisioning measures. In April this year, finally, the plenary of the Supreme Court adopted a special decision on a lot of issues related to the internet, including of internet cases or internet-related cases, and basically they replicate the same procedures that WIPO has in the decision. So basically, Russia today has UDRP. Is just that an independent panelist in our case is the Court of Arbitration. There is a government national Court of Arbitration. They are the panelists for us, and the registrars are the ones who enforce the decision of the Court of Arbitration. So you can file an e-claim to the court, the Court of Arbitration. Injunctions are imposed sometimes by the decision of the court. As soon as there is a final resolution of the court, when it comes to effect, it goes to the registrar, and the registrar enforces that decision. That is to say, either the registration is cancelled or the registration is transferred to the rightful owner. The fees in Russian courts are low. And I leave lawyers outside of this equation for now, because sometimes you can get free lawyers. Anyway, at the website of .ru, you can find a whole set of documents, a whole section, which is called something like How to Win in the Court of Arbitration. Go there, take the documents as templates, pay like a 30 euro fee, and win your cases. In Russia, there is already an established system, and would only disrupt the already functioning system. And our current system is fully aligned with the requirements of the Russian laws. Thank you very much. And I do apologize for being perhaps too emotional. Are there any questions to Katya? Then we give the floor to another Katya Kalinicheva. She is the representative of the rights holders. There is more and more suspense, don't you think? Right. So thank you, Sergey, for introducing me. Last year, we met at the last TLDCON. So hello, colleagues. I hope I can call you my colleagues. I am very happy to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation, because by inviting me to speak here is your invitation to a dialogue between registries, registrars, registrants, and trademark or copyright holders. Last year we stated our position. Today we are happy to say that we are willing to expand our dialogue. And I work at Semyonov and Pevsner. We are a law firm and we represent trademark holders. We believe that registrars are information brokers, information intermediaries. If you don't mind, I want to discuss the decision of the Supreme Court that Sergei has just referred to, because this decision of the plenary of the Supreme Court is very important. It gives a clarification as to who is and who is not an information broker. The court has to decide on the information brokers depending on the type of activities. Because last year you've been asking me, where does it say that the registrar is an information broker? Because it's not a position of the law. It's no notion that it doesn't exist. But in fact, the Supreme Court explained that the courts decide who is and who is not information brokers, and there are also several items in Article 1250 of the Civil Code, but there are exceptions to the rule, and they release registrars or information brokers from liability. However, all other articles protecting intellectual property say that if there is a threat of rights infringement, or if there is an infringement, then actions must be taken against those who are taking those actions, and also the actions must be taken with respect to and by the ones who can take those actions against the criminal. So this is theory, and now let's turn to practice. Last year I talked about a case. It was not our case, actually. We were not present in it, but it was the first case of its kind, where a registrar was found guilty and compensation was collected from the registrar. And I remember everyone was so excited about it. Alexei Korolev, the director of RegRu, he was, and RU Center was also brought into the case because of registrar R01, but probably you felt so indignant, you were so excited about this case, and probably that's why you called me again to this meeting. Hopefully there is another case which is taking a different route, and today we already have some new court resolutions. In 2018, the claimant lost a case against the registrar, and the first instance of appeal did that, but the court resubmitted the case. It returned it back to the court of first instance. The first instance court also denied the claim and said that the registrar doesn't have technical or other capability to block the access to the site, and doing that would be violating the rules of the RU Center, and the registrar may even lose accreditation with the RU Center. That are you. Although there is another decision of the court on intellectual property which said that the rules of the coordination center are not a regulation and therefore cannot limit copyright or trademark owners in the defense of their rights as per the law. At that time, the case was tried. The registrar
и, соответственно, истек вот этого преимущественного права тоже уже истек. Поэтому, может быть, суд первой инстанции и вынес такое предположение. Кроме того, тезисы первой инстанции заключались в следующем, что регистратор не несет ответственности за информацию, которая расположена на доменном имени, так и за то, какое название будет у этого доменного имени. Кроме того, регистратор технически не имеет возможности влиять на содержимое информации, которая размещена в сети интернет. И плюс ко всему, в соответствии с правилами регистрации доменных имен, используются автоматизированные системы обработки заявок. Мне кажется, что на слайде прямо это все ваши аргументы, которые я слышала в прошлом году. Но не все так хорошо для вас, для меня, да. Апелляционная инстанция отменила это решение, вынесла новый судебный акт и удовлетворила иск к регистратору в части взыскания компенсации. Не удовлетворила требования об аннулировании доменного имени, регистрации доменного имени, поскольку оно уже было аннулировано, посчитала, что аннулирование доменного имени...
The registrar has to pay the damages and besides, the Court of Appeal also stated that the registrar did have a technical capability to limit access to the internet resource in question, and there is another resolution of the Court on Intellectual Property. The IP Court previously noted that the registrar either offers services of hosting, and this is clear, I mean it's a clear case, or a registrar delegates a domain name by entering a record, and non-entry of a record means the user doesn't have the opportunity to access the website. It means if there is no record, then there is a technical capability of limiting access to the website. Besides, the court also said that it's possible to prohibit the use of a domain name by by banning the placement of information of certain goods on the website, or by placing the information on the ban on delegation. Registrar R01 is an information broker under this ruling of the court and should be liable to the trademark. Can suspend or cancel access to certain content on the website. Well, actually, I will make you happy at this point because there is a Court of Appeal that is now looking into this case. In October 2019, maybe the Court of an IP court will give us yet another ruling. There is another interesting case which we talked about a year ago. I said back then that what happens if there is no trial, or if the trial is stopped in accordance with the rules of the .ru, you don't have any priority rights or anything, no preferences. But I was telling you a different story. We were in court because of JPL.ru with we were there together with the registrant. But the registrant, during the trial, died. And there is no successor, there is no one who can step into the procedure instead of the deceased. We tried to negotiate with .ru. We failed. The only thing we could do is to apply for the new registration, but obviously we would not succeed because cyber squatters would get ahead of us. So what could we do? What is a trademark owner to do? We own that JBL trademark already. Harman actually owns it, right? And JBL.ru, I mean, you don't need to be, too brainy to understand that it's the same one. So a new registrar, a new sales names. This domain name was cyber squatted. And there is now a company in Belize that captured JBL.ru, and we are currently in court with them. But it turns out that the deceased did have successors, and there is a daughter who is asking the court to re-register the domain name in her name, she says that she has the rights to the same domain name since 2014, since the time her father deceased. So 2 cases, same domain name. Domain names are not inherited. Domain names are registered under contract for paid services. It's not a property. It's not the product of intellectual activity. It's nothing. Like, I don't know how you can inherit a domain name, and I have no idea where these people were for the last 5 years. So this guy died 4 years ago. Okay, 5 years ago. So we found out from the registrar, right? We went to court against the registrar, and then we find out that the registrant is dead. And then the relatives, where were they for the last 5 years? I wonder. So stay tuned for more. 2 cases being heard by 2 different courts almost on the same days. Some may think it's a kind of a joke and an anecdote. It's not, it's real life. What were we to do? Should we have paid incredible money to get this domain name that is rightfully ours? We've been to courts about this domain name for years. I spoke about this issue a year ago. The issue is still relevant. And there are new objects of intellectual property now. The geographical names, probably you heard about this. The law is not yet in effect, but I do not want to go into details what this appellation, the appellation is, geographical location, but using that one online and using that one for a domain name will soon be regulated. And I think you understand what I'm driving at. If there are more IP objects around, most likely it means there will be more cases, domain name conflicts and cases, and complicated ones when the registrars will be part of them. I was looking for the geographical appellation. There are 170 appellations, geographical ones, and otherwise. In Europe, there are more than 3,000 of them already. Geographic is easier to register. Actually, and geography is. I don't want to stop at, or rather, I don't want to finish this presentation by discussing the cases, but instead, if you remember last year, I asked you to change your rules to hear the voice of the trademark holders. I have already explained what the implications might be in case registrant, bad faith registrant, dies. And I know from your website that you are drafting a new revision of your rules, and you do give opportunities to provide feedback. One of the things that I've read on the website is you differentiate between 2 cases. If the case is dropped or if the case is not accepted by the court, or if the case is dropped by the claimant. Well, anyway, I will give you my feedback through your website, but probably we can write a memorandum. You know, there is an anti-piracy memorandum, and maybe we can do something similar. With respect to anti-piracy memorandum, all the big internet sites signed a memorandum of understanding and cooperation with the movie companies and other creative copyright holders. And this memorandum, arose out of many previous disputes and court trials. Oh, thank you very much. That was a great presentation. There are so many hands already in there. Before I give the floor to the audience, Katya, is my understanding correct? To summarize your presentation, you registrars, you are information brokers. So get over it. don't fight for what belongs to us, to the trademark owners. And the third message that you've been sending is, let's be friends. No, get over it, you are brokers. No, that's not what I meant to say. This presentation is a continuation of the one a year ago, and I remember one of your statements is about registrars doing pre-moderation. No, I don't think so. I think registrars must enter the case only once we've exhausted all other means, registraries, hosting providers, everything. Dima. Hi. Dmitry Belevsky, I'm from TCI. Did I hear you correctly? You said that a registrar technically can limit access to the content. Not to the content, to the website, to the whole of the website. So you think it's okay that content be blocked just because of the whole website just because of one bad faith piece of content? No. We are talking about trademarks. In case of only in case of trademarks, if the trademarks are abused that way. Trademarks used in the domain name. Katya, you excited the whole room. Look at this. Hi, my name is Andrei Savelyev. I'm from Domene RF, a company. So, Katya, thank you very much for this excellent presentation. You know me not only from this conference, but also from court presence, because we met in court. Anyway, Katya, I hope that there is time after the session, because to talk to you is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, Katya, I've got two quick questions to you now, and also a brief comment for the benefit of the audience, because I want the audience to understand the gist of the case. The first question is, what's your size? S or L? Because I only have two ladies' t-shirts left, and I wanted to give you a t-shirt. Oh, S and M. Which one? Katya, try it on. Okay, here it goes. It's the same t-shirt that I'm wearing, actually. Well, thank you. That's very nice of you. Do you know what GBL stands for? Do you know what it stands for? Because it's an abbreviation. No, I don't know. It's a trademark. The trademark doesn't need deciphering. I can answer this question because I was forced into all these legal issues, and at one point I got interested. I also instigated the establishment of a working group that will draft a paper on the relations between trademark owners and trademark owners. Because what I'm trying to say is sometimes domain name is a trademark itself, right? So I want domainers and lawyers and the whole community to write a regulation that will be self-imposed, so that we can avoid court procedures. JPL stands for JPL Wrestling. He is the founder of JPL 9. He killed himself. Well, those things happen. And then Hartman bought the brand, and Hartman is the one that you're defending in court now. It's an American company. The Americans own this company. And I think you know the product. Everyone knows the product. It's the speakers, it's the headsets, headphones. Excellent headphones and speakers, by the way. Loudspeakers. Yeah, sure, Andrei, yeah. JPL.US is not owned by JBL. But for some reason, the Americans are not trying to find it. You are working for a company which is owned by a German company, GPL.de. You know what it is? They sell, it's a brand, and you know what they sell? They do not sell headphones. They sell food for fish in water tanks in the so JBL is not headphones everywhere in the world. 2004, Sergei Sladkov gets killed. The cadavers, dead bodies are mounting in your speech. Can you do, if this is a domain dispute? Can you discuss it elsewhere, maybe? Okay, 2 more minutes. I'm just trying to explain why the successors, the inheritors, emerged later. That girl, she was 13 years old when her father died. Well, actually, GBL.ru. Someone knows that there is a trademark. Why does she need a domain name? What is GBL? Sergei registered, he was the president of the Jewish business community. JBL, Jewish Business Life, is how he registered the domain name. He registered it back in 2004, and JBL came to Russia 15 years after that. So they are the ones who did. So, I mean, 2 murders, and the Jews in your story. So I am consulting Sarah, the girl in question, the 18-year-old. I'm giving her the expertise that she lacks. I hope that Daria Donsov, she's a Russian writer of cops and robbers stories. I hope she never gets to hear about this story. Anyway, but I hope Semyonov and Pevsner decide finally to go to the negotiations table. For some reason, one of your partners, Roman, is all in favor of wars. He hates communications, and I hope that maybe during this conference I will get an opportunity, a chance to talk to you and convince you that a peaceful outcome is possible. But that was one other Katya's message. Let's be friends. No, let's try to be friends, is what I said. And I give the mic to Andrei. Oh, and by the way, Dixie, I've just noticed that Dixie dash kit, there was this big dispute around it, and R01 was fined for it. Yes, that's what I said. It's cancelled. And anyone can register it. Exactly, it's free. Yes, exactly. Why didn't they register it? I am not the defendant, that is to say, I'm not the defense lawyer, and I don't know. I don't know why. Hi, I'm Andrei, I'm from Rus Center. GBL. There is actually more hell in this story. We removed the domain. It was immediately captured. And there is another nuance that adds more colors to the whole story. We are constantly in dialogue with the brands, with the copyright or trademark owners. They come to us, they say, we have this difficulty, and we are offering them different methods of solving their problems. Sometimes we advise them to go to court, sometimes we advise them to negotiate with the registrant. Very often, in most cases, rights owners prefer to pay because this is quicker and faster and all of that, and easy to understand. In case of GBL, there is a representative of the trademark owner. The trademark owner pays a law firm to get the case to court, and the representative of the trademark owner is obviously interested in having more trials and longer hearings. The law firm doesn't want to resolve this issue for the brand. The law firm wants to make more money, period. Well, there's something I can say in response. Actually, Andrei, I'm very sorry to hear that this is what you think. No, it's my turn now, if you don't mind. I am disappointed because I would never think of prolonging the trial to get more money out of it. When you go to the dentist, do you think that the dentists are trying to repair the teeth that do not need repairing? Because if this is what you're thinking, this is not my world. We live in a different world. And yes, we are representatives of the trademark owners, and maybe you would prefer to see the trademark holder themselves here. But what trademark owners do is they engage law firms, and we are representatives not for one company, but for many different brands and different companies. And we speak on behalf of all of them, actually. And when we had this case with you and with others, we do communicate your ideas, our opponents' ideas, to the claimants. And it's up to the claimant to decide what they wanted to do. Any lawyer, not just us, but any lawyer aims at establishing the right and the best and the optimal practice, especially when there are precedents already. Of course, we're getting there, but of course, we talked to the trademark owner about the possibility of negotiations. I'm not sure, Katya, I understand. Well, you see, Sergey, we're discussing now one domain name. And we have a case on the table. If we were to pay for those domain names and the rest of them, why do we have to pay for this? Like, just because your trademark owner did not care to register the brand, the trademark, in all the domain areas. They didn't have a good legal service back then, and now, of course, they either they buy out those domain names in other domain areas, or they pay for... I mean, they are two different businesses, but they are losing money one way or another. Okay, maybe there were different people in the company. It's a human factor. It's present everywhere and every time. And now we do not own those domain names, right? Our rights are infringed upon. So why are we limited? And I mean, when I say us, I mean us, the representatives, and also the trademark holders. Why should we be limited in our right to defense? If you just count the time, the minutes, of lawyers and the time that it takes to cancel the registration or to close the website, for some reason, people always tend to prefer the more expensive option. Well, thank you very much. I will not be making any conclusions, but I agree with Andrei. 30 seconds more. Katya, sorry. You see the stir you caused. Katya, this is not anything personal, because I do respect you and I love you with all my heart. But going back to the case, when I learned about the story, as director, I consider myself to be the ambassador of the second-hand market. I'm a person who knows how to negotiate, and I help many people to avoid courts. So I met with Zhenya, the head of JBL in Moscow, and I said, can we do without a court somehow? Can we leave it out? Can we settle out of court? And he said, yeah, okay, it's a good idea. And then he calls me and he says, our rules say that we've got lawyers in the company, and the lawyers asked us for a meeting. We were late by 20 minutes, an hour and a half, an hour and a half, an hour and a half, an hour and a half. But I have this correspondence. And as a result, you came to my page on Facebook, and I had to read all your bickerings there. I give the floor to Anya. Okay, Anya Karhanyan. So, Katya, let's stay in touch. Let's take this offline. No, I'm not going to interfere into this dispute, but this is a story. We closed the registration of one letter domain names 2 years ago, but we had this one letter domain name, and there is the secondary market. So they wanted to buy this one letter domain name. Then it turns out that the guy paid for 5 years ahead of this domain name, and the guy died. And anyway, there is a wife who succeeds the deceased husband, and she has the rights to this contract now. So in the next 4 years, and of those 4 years are already paid for. So she's the one holding the rights. So we decided that when a successor and inheritor hire is established, when all the formalities are complied with, then yes, if the registration is paid for longer, then if there is one inheritor, then the transfer happens automatically. That was what we decided. But if there are several persons succeeding the deceased, then they will have to settle it for themselves. The domain name is paid for. Well, actually, there is a case, and it is a precedent when we took to court that a registrant, the case was terminated because there were no successors. And the court ruled that domain name cannot be inherited. And why did you go to the court? Why it was not a decision of the registry? I think it can be part of the registry policy. Well, in Russia there is a civil code, and the civil code describes everything that belongs to inheritance. So the estate of the deceased, and a service cannot be part of the estate, but it's a service that is already paid for. It's paid for in advance. Well, in our case, in our particular case, the service was not paid for in advance. And your cyber squatters are so rich. It's amazing. Are they using scripts, I wonder? Well, we've got a registrant who has 240,000 domain names. And with respect to the estate, I would also be talking about the inheritance. If I didn't see with my own eyes the right to inherit a domain name certified, a paper giving 6 people the right to inherit a domain name in 6 equal parts. It was certified by a notary public, and I saw this paper with my own eyes. Okay, thank you. We'll stop at this point.
Прошу спикеров не уходить.
Misha, where are you? Yeah, I just wanted to say that we are going to break for coffee right now. The coffee break will be shorter, not half an hour, but 20 minutes. Let's try to resume the work here at 6:30. 6:30. Oh, sorry, 4:30. 4:30. Thank you.
Раз. Коллеги, занимайте, пожалуйста, свои места. Мы продолжаем. У нас осталась последняя на сегодня секция, которая...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last session of the day. For today, it will be the one on the future of the domain names. I want to invite to the stage the moderator of the session, Irina Voronina, and the speakers. Please start taking your seats. We are about to begin.
Добрый день, коллеги.
Good afternoon, colleagues. So, is there a future for domain names? First thing I wanted to do is to give a definition to the domain name. I've been listening to speakers before me, and now I'm under an impression that we are on different terms here. A domain name is an identifying line that defines the area of autonomy, administrative autonomy, powers and control in the internet. A domain name identifies a network domain and an IP resource that can be a computer to access the internet, or it can be a web page, or it can be a phone server. And in this case, a domain name will look like a phone number, which is built in accordance with the rules and procedures of the DNS. But on the whole, a domain name is a name that is based on rules and procedures of the DNS and not the other way around, otherwise it will not work. Domain names are used in various network contexts. And they were envisioned to perform a different function, not the one that is familiar today to a large audience. A domain name is one of the entities that has had the longest life among other entities in the internet. Business processes came and gone and went, but the 1983 RFA is still relevant. So, is there a future for the domain names? It's a very big question. Let's talk about some of the answers to this question. Our first speaker is Pavel Khramtsov. He is the leading expert of MSK-IX. Hopefully, he will give us an idea of how retrospectively domain names evolved. Well, I think Helena is right to start with definitions. Last week, we interviewed candidates for the position of a technical writer. And when we asked them, do you know anything about the internet? And most of the answers that we got was, it is the World Wide Web. Well, this is a curious answer from the perspective of domain names, because a World Wide Web, in absolute terms, it's the worldwide. It's a technology that's based on HTTP protocol, HTML, and 4L. So when the girl we interviewed was answering this question, she had a very specific picture in mind, a browser where you added something in the address line, and the domain name is something that you enter into the address line of a browser. So this modern perception diverges from the reality. It has diverged from the reality for a while, and it doesn't take into account the whole evolutionary process. So I called my presentation "Remembering the Future." Will the use for DNS change? Will the DNS have new applications, or will the DNS disappear and another system will come to replace it? Usually, to answer questions like this, people start by looking into the past. Of course, we understand there are killer applications and there are some points in time that changed the world as we know it. If you remember, The Chariots of God, it was a movie back from probably 1970s. In the Russian translation, it was called Remembering the Future, actually. And the main idea of this movie was that the artifacts that archaeologists find around the world are nothing but a memory of some spaceships that came to Earth, stayed here for a while, and then left, and then we forgot about it. Now we are reinventing those older artifacts. There is a Russian saying which goes, all the new things are the past well forgotten. So basically we are repeating ourselves. We are remembering the old and we are trying to apply the old to a new situation. A question to you all. Does anyone know, or do you use the universal decimal classification? Anyone knows what that is? The decimal classification. Anyone? One hand raised. But if you go to a library, for instance, people are still using the decimal classifications there. When I left the Kurchatov Institute, well, actually, I was ascribed to a library there, and a librarian, it took her like 3 seconds to find the book that I did not return. She found a piece of paper in a box, and she told me in like 3 seconds that there was a book that I borrowed 15 years ago. It was a book on theoretical physics that I borrowed for my kid who studied at school at that time. So when you say that one technology is faster than the other, you need to understand what its applications are in that area or another. DNS is a similar story. It's the same decimal classification, but online. They are using the same hierarchies. They are using mnemonics, the names, to correlate numbers to them, to the names. Just like in this universal decimal classification, they use numbers. Let's begin at the beginning. Those documents, 1033, 1035, the 3 documents, not those ones actually defined the DNS. Instead, it was document number 882. It appeared back in 1982. Host.txt, that was back in 1973-74, and the domain names were written differently in different ages. They were used to identify a host online. At first, they wrote just the name of a host, the commercial ad, and to the left of it, the identifier of the user, stating the university, the school, the host, and the department of the user. In 1973, the email changed. They decided to start using the @ sign symbol. So they then all this part containing information about the school and the department, it was moved to the right, and the hosts were defined more on the right side. So the domain name transformed over the years, and eventually we ended up with a hierarchy written with a nameless domain. The topmost, the highest one, it's nameless, it doesn't define anything, it's the root of the tree. After that, we have TLDs, after that, everything else. And originally, it was assumed that we will have more nesting than just the 2 tiers at which we stopped, 2 levels at which we stopped. We expected there to be more levels. But in fact, those balanced trees are one of the most efficient algorithms for information search, especially when it comes to big data. It's very well weighted. If a tree is very well weighted, it enables you to search for information very fast. And after that, this algorithm started to apply to reverse zones, and just recursive search could not run through a big number of addresses, and that's why specially structured names were used to look for canonic names. But to go back to this paper 882, there are 2 things that need to be pointed out. The domain name system was called to resolve organizational issues, in fact. Before a DNS, a correlation between a name and a number went to internic. The host TXT was kept in internic, and all this information was contained there, and it started consuming a lot of time and space, and this problem had to be resolved somehow. The file had to be changed, and it had to be changed dynamically. When we say a domain name is delegated, well, it is delegated. We delegate the responsibility to someone to maintain, to manage some subspace in our bigger space. And this function is crucial for the history of domain names. But there is another part to it. There is also this correlation between a mnemonic and an address, which means, in other words, the function of an interface. A mnemonic, that is usually a person. No computers need no mnemonics. Computers are fine with dealing with 32 bits or 128 bits, and they don't need mnemonics. So these 2 components, the organizational issue, the administrative issue, the issue of recording and or administering, and all correspondence were addressed in this paper, in this document. So the main story, and this idea stated in this document, it was all done for the sake of email. There was no web at this point. Web first manifested itself only in 1989, and in 1982 there was no web. And the main technology that existed then was communication using email. And for these purposes, the DNS was established. As a next stage, at the next stage, there is the emergence of World Wide Web, hypertext first CERN, 1989. In 1990, it became known widely. This year, we celebrated yet another anniversary of the World Wide Web. So one thing I wanted to emphasize on the slide, actually, at the bottom you will see a URL of an information resource, and then following the scheme, here the scheme file, after the 2 slashes, you see the domain name. In fact, the .com booms and the whole business around domain names, and this is the business in which many of you are, appeared only after this was made possible. As long as there was just email, everybody was fine with long names and an organizational structure written out in domain names. But as soon as the web appeared, that's when the domain name became really valuable. This is when it gained value. And with this, if not for the World Wide Web? I mean, the law is from the previous session. So this is the second application, the second use case, the identifier of an information resource in the World Wide Web. The third application, how else are domain names used? SSL certificates, 1995, Netscape. But of course we know this as TLS and all of that. We certify sites to enhance trust and to fight fraud. But in fact, it all came about to being in 1995, and Netscape introduced SSL certificates, and yes, they were not perfect, and yes, they were full of holes, and yes, there were attacks, but they did it anyway. How is this different from www? When we write an URL in www, a name pointed to an address. It was an address. Before you accessed a page, you first got a name, and then using the name you would access the host. In case of SSL certificates, there are no addresses. The name is the identifier of the information resource. And all these certifying centers certify correspondence between the name and the owner. Another thing which came later but connected to the first one, certifying ownership through the zone file. When you want to make sure that you delegate a service or a right via an identifier, then from someone to whom this is delegated, you are asking to perform certain actions that would confirm the intentions of the person who is delegated, like Yandex Mail on their own domain name or SSL certificates 123. Either this name is entered or a TXT is entered in the domain zone, which confirms that right. Once again, there is no correspondence between the name and the address. There is a correspondence instead between the name and an object inside the file zone, and a correspondence with an action that confirms your right that you're doing something, to do something. Of course, this is again not perfect. And those systems, the systems of registrars' accounts are weak, and domain names are hijacked, which happened on a large scale last fall, but domain names and DNS are used for that purpose as well, the one that I've just described. Moving on. When we are fighting about the rights to the domain names and who the rightful owner of a domain name is, 9/10 of the story are left unnoticed. And I'm talking about the ARPA service area or zone area. Actually, was associated with the Investment Research Project Agency, but now it's address and routing parameters area. It's a special service area which maintains subdomains, some areas of identification where correspondence is established between some artificially structured names and some textual object. In the IPv4 reverse area, they are domain names, but if you take E164, then there you will find phone numbers, which is a different story altogether. Why do we need this? To perform two functions. One, to distribute information resources, in that particular case, a number resource between responsible parties, and second, for records keeping. We need to register who owns what. Just think about it. Why does RIPE asks you to maintain those back areas. Because they want to understand who is responsible for what. That's why. Some say that the age of domain names is long gone. Applications are coming. Instead of domain names, people are no longer using domain names, and the address line is a search line in the browsers now. And this and that. But those people tend to forget one simple thing. The Tim Berners-Lee system that later became World Wide Web initially was called hypertext for CERN. At the end of 1980s, it was one of the more hotter topics in the information system building environment. Before that, there were factographical systems that were based on DBMSs, and the so-called text-based information system, textual information system, or free text search, or information retrieval systems. In '95, we welcomed Alta Vista, and the breakthrough associated with Alta Vista was that Berners-Lee came up with an interesting novelty, a hypertext system, hypertext links. Carl Winston, it too has a hypertext system. It is an airline carrier, but you know what it's based on. It's notes on command. It's nothing special. Yet it manages to keep that whole huge system going, an airline carrier. It's just that people can't read numbers very well. But Berners-Lee came up with an interesting and simple thing to use URLs embedded into the document, and then it became very easy to index the document. A search system, a search engine, is just indices of those hypertext links. Do you know what the most important component of a hypertext link? Of course, it is the domain name. To go back to the SSLs, again, lately, we've been hearing about SNI parameters that are now encrypted. What is SNI? SNI is nothing but a domain name. And on top of everything, when you enter virtual hosting using a hypertextual link, usually on this virtual hosting on the same IP address, multitude of sites are hosted, and they all have their own domain names. And a domain name in that case is used as an identifier of that particular content. And it is not used to establish a correspondence between a name and IP address. The IP address in the HTTP protocol environment has already been established. So ultimately, and sooner or later, it's all very simple. Human nature doesn't change. Domain names are bought and sold for big money. So what do we do with this business? I mean, what happens to this business once the domain names disappear? This is a big question mark. And I think that those people, I mean, those businessmen will be trying to put brakes onto the dissolution of the DNS. Sex.com, I don't know, I think it was bought and sold 3 or 4 times, and every time at an excellent margin. So what next? If you look at the DNS as a technology stack, as a principle to build open information systems, now all systems, information systems are open. DNS is a layer between applications at the top and some address space at the bottom. And many attacks like fast flux are possible because it's now possible to change quickly this correspondence between the name and the address. So we need to do something about that layer. Yes, you can build applications on top of it using mnemonics and not think about addresses, or you can build something around addresses without thinking how to connect that to an application, how it will be called at a high level. But we need this intermediate layer. DNS are names, and that's why DNS exists. Despite DNSSEC and other inventions, well, DNSSEC was invented but to protect us from attacks, but no one saw those attacks happen, actually, only in theory, only in labs. They did take place, but DNSSEC is implemented, everybody is subscribed, and everybody uses them. But so to say that DNSSEC will just disappear, I think it's wishful thinking of some, and it's a non-probability. Blockchain is too long compared to DNS. .5G and other novelties, they are looking now for ways to apply DNS. They're saying that's too long for their networks, but it can be made lighter. It can be made simpler. You have to remember that the internet is not limited to World Wide Web. It's not limited to the paradigm that most people adhere to today. This technology has a lot of potential in it still, unless there is a killer app, but I don't think it will appear anytime soon. I have a question to you. People are discussing today DLH, DLT as a threat to the normal course of things. Do you think that wide implementation of those technologies is a threat to established business processes? Well, they are a threat to business processes, but they are not a threat to the technology. I mean, business process. The businesses use opportunities to capture more markets. DNS hosting, one thing, or registers, a different thing. So if you package all of this into DNS HTTP, so corporations are trying to get control over that, to get all the profits, but the technology doesn't go anywhere. Well, it's one of the factors that impact the future. Yes, that is correct. Thank you. We are going to change the agenda slightly. We thought that Andrei Kolesnikov, director of the IoT, will be the last speaker of the day because he is of progressive attitude, but for reasons that do not depend on us, we'll have to give him the floor now. The sound is not very good, so the translator will try to do the best she can. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a lovely day. The weather is good all across Europe. There is a document, quite an interesting one. It was produced by ICANN, by the Security and Stability Advisory Committee, by that group. It's called a SEC 5, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. SEC 105 it's called. No, this is better. So what's the story? Andrei, we can't see your slides if you have the slides. You can see them on your screen? No, we can't. But Skype tells me that it's showing you the slides. Do you see them now? No. How about now? Yeah, this is better. Now we get them. Which is great, it's just that I don't know what you can see. Please tell me. So once again, SAC 105. What is a SAC? This is Security and Stability Advisory Committee. It's one of the stakeholder groups at ICANN. There are 39 members to the group. They are appointed by the board. The role of ISAC is to advise and to consult the ICANN community and the board on matters relating to the security and integrity of the Internet's naming and address location systems. Since its inception in 2002, ISAC made 106 publications. And we work to make sure that the domain name system functions stably and securely, and there are no abuses of that system or disruptions to the system. In terms of the workflow, there is a working group set up, then there is an exchange of opinions, there is research and writing, and then we publish. One of the more recent publications on the 8th of August, we published comments on involving the governance of the root service system. SAC 105 is the DNS and the Internet of Things is the document in question for today's presentation, and then we also write letters and bulletins. SAC participates in the Customer Standing Committee, for instance, and we publish the proceedings of that committee, or say a SAC review feasibility assessment and initial implementation plan. This is yet another type of document that we produce. What else do we do? This is the list of our current projects. There is a name collision analysis project in CAP. DNS over HTTPS DOH or DNS over TLS DOT. This is the last question that Helena asked. SAC is active on the matter, and soon we will publish a paper that will describe the risks and opportunities as seen by us. SAC is active in term specification for GTLD registration data. It's a group that deals with GDPR. The root services system is also within our area of interests. We are also trying to enhance our own working processes. And there are various security topics, emerging security topics, the new ones, new hacks, new serious threats to the infrastructure. We organize workshops as one of our ongoing activities for the ICANN community. We want to promote the implementation of DNSSEC. And now, to the main body of this presentation. The document is called the DNS and the Internet of Things, opportunities, risks, and challenges. The author of this document is stated as Christian Hasselman. He is the chair of the working group. But in fact, the document was drafted with participation of many members of ASAC. So what is it about? It was published in July. Or in June, and there was a lot of interest from the stakeholders. This paper is different from our standard publications. It doesn't contain recommendations to the ICANN board. It's a tutorial-style discussion, as it says on the slide. We want to facilitate the dialogue about IoT and its connection to the DNS. We want to promote a broader discussion in the ICANN community. We want people to understand the matter better. This is a forward-looking document. It doesn't deal with any current operational issues, although it touches upon them slightly. Because the document is produced by ASAC, obviously it's within the ICANN's remit, but actually the paper goes beyond that area of competence, and many points of the discussion are not new. We used the definition of IoT that was proposed by ISOC in 2015. They say that it's an application that extends a network connectivity and computing power to objects, devices, sensors, and items not ordinarily considered to be computers. Like smart homes, smart cities, drones, or turbines, factories, wearables. That is the Internet of Things. As such, but peripheral devices put into grids, into networks, they can become Internet of Things. What's the difference between IoT and traditional applications? IoT is also called hypersensitive systems or hyperphysical systems. They are collecting inputs from the physical world, and they interpret those inputs and they act upon them. Very often, human involvement is not required, and there are forecasts. Well, I mean, you can say 20, 30, 70, 100 billion, it's not important. The number is not important. The important thing is IoT is already ubiquitous, and it will become even more pervasive in the future. And the environment is very heterogeneous. There's hardware, there's operating system, network connections. An IoT can have long lifetimes in unattended operation. These are the expectations by 2025. Some analysts expect that to be 75 billion. Wait, I mean, you can name your figure. The figure is not important. Lots. This is the simplest picture that I could draw to explain IoT to non-engineers. We've got at the top level data and applications, after that computing. Or rather, we start from the bottom. Starts with things, then on top of them there are communications, on top of the, or inside communications there are algorithms and computing. And at the very top there are applications. And to the right, if you can see that, there is the value model for the Internet of Things. Yandex Taxi costs more as an aggregator than all taxi fleets on the roads. There are sensors, things, actuators, devices. The network level ensures communications, then the platform that collects data and analyzes it. And in the same place we can have artificial intelligence, not data, and similar modern things. And at the top you've got application level applications for transport, for manufacturing, for homes, smart cities. I need to switch off Telegram, okay? If you don't mind. My apologies. Next. And now a few words about the DNS in the context of IoT. We've got devices, D1, D2, D3, and at the bottom you've got devices, D3, D6. They are the ones that do not have DNS resolving. They use triggers and sensors. They operate without an IP stack. They're just sensors connected with a cable. To give you some interesting examples, people bought bracelets or glasses which had an address. It was an address in China, and outside of China they didn't work. The users do not think about how the signals are transmitted. You install a bulb in your fridge or an alarm system in your home, and it calls a DNS. And in the second case, it can be an edge industrial computer a smartphone or a smart city can be implemented at the edge, somewhere on-prem, in a very secure environment. The device is orchestrated via cloud. DNS resolving is used. DNSs are used for IoT. Recently, I've been working with an app by Siemens. DNS inquiries still exist, and DNS is not about to vanish. Remote services help that task. They measure and they send a request to resolve the service. So what are the opportunities? Of course, DNS can help IoT become more secure and stable. DNS is a good system that doesn't break if you know how to manage it properly. Secure and stable. But there are risks as well. Mirai, the classical botnet. Web cameras, IoT. They should be connected via gateways. But in any case, so the cameras are online and they call the DNS service. And it's a way to an amplification attack. Fortunately now, that threat has become more visible and actions are taken to prevent it from ever being realized again. So one way, I mean, we would still be working on better security and reliability of IoT. DNS sometimes used in a weird way. A hard coding of the domain name of a device. Some things are very strange. I'm done with my presentation. I hope I did not embark too much on your time. Right, Andrei, thank you very much. A question to you. Am I right to understand that your paper wants to promote the domain business and the domain industry, and your paper fits very well the existing model registries and registrars? No, I don't want to make any preferences or anything like it. IoT can be roughly split into two parts. Human IoT. IoT for homes, for security, for people, for health, for electricity, for gas. Something that people use in their daily life, in their homes, in their apartments. Wearable devices. Human stuff. And IoT that's human-less. Industrial applications, factories, turbines, traffic lights. In the first case, in case of human IoT, yes, our colleagues from the Czech registry came up with an interesting way to use DNS to control home IoT modules. It's an original solution. And by doing this, they expand the industry, the market of domain names. Big brands like Samsung or Apple don't want this market to emerge. They fight against it. That's in the second segment. It's not about domains at all. it's about big clusters and big cloud computing. Domain names are used for internal infrastructure purposes there, for routing between applications. But this doesn't generate any demand for new domain names in the market. So love and cherish the registries who take care of the domain names, buy their goods. They are on the right track. They are doing a great job. I hope at this conference some of your registries will be talking about that. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's such a pity that, Andrei, you couldn't be here in person, but hopefully we'll see you next time. Okay, thank you very much. We are moving on. For a long time, the whole DNS market, domain names were regulated only from the technical perspective. Only technical regulation, rather, existed for the market, and there was no legislation, proper legislation for the domain market. But some time ago, things started to change, and now national legislation affects the market and the technologies more and more, and that's why our next speaker in the session is Madina Kasyanova. She's a professor and head of international private law of the Moscow High School of Social and Economic Sciences. She has a PhD in economics. Hopefully she will teach us something new. Well, I'm not here to teach, definitely not. If you don't mind, I'll just run through all of this, and I'll start here. I understand that I have a very my role here is not an enviable one. You're almost done for the day, and then a lawyer appears on the stage, and things get boring. In fact, the regulatory environment is not just boring, it's complicated, and this is what's important. To answer this question, is there future for domain names? From the legal point of view, Elena is a strict but fair lady, and she said that, well, since this is the title of our session, then my presentation should give an answer to the questions. I can't give you a definitive answer. Yes, there is a future, because domain names are different. Different jurisdictions, different stances. Therefore, another question: if regulation is very complicated, then we need to remember what Pavel was telling us. There are protocols and standards of the internet that legislators can ignore or adopt or understand or not understand, but they exist, and this is what you rely on. The internet and the domain names also rely on those standards. Remember, someone brought up the notion of the soft law here. Yes, it is soft law, but it doesn't mean you don't need to be familiar with it, and you shouldn't comply with it. John Crane spoke in the morning, and he said that they invested a lot of their time and effort into educating law enforcement authorities. I think that we should start with educating of legislators, not law enforcers. Legislators often write terrible things, and then those terrible, chaotic legislation, pieces of legislation, are used in courts. Today, there are 183 countries that are members of the United Nations, plus there are several other unrecognized states and jurisdictions. So the world is very diverse. Therefore, the attitude to this entity, the domain names, differs from land to land. Since law usually lags behind the development of public relations, which is normal. Social relations usually are in the vanguard, and the law is conservative, and it catches up with the changes in the social relations later. Those changes. And if the law is perceptive, if it's sensitive to those changes, then it's all right. But if the law closes its eyes to those changes, then we are all in trouble. I'm a lawyer, and everyone is already tired. I'll try to be concise. You can ask yourselves what a domain name is. Does anyone have a clear definition? No. Yes, Elena gave an answer, a definition. But what Elena has just formulated, it's not recorded anywhere. She didn't quote from any law. I try to review laws of different countries, and this is what I found. A Russian law is a domain name, a set of characters. I don't know, if you read this definition, all of it, I'm not sure that it refers to civil code. I'm old in years, and I remember the time when I participated myself in some events related to the collapse of the Soviet Union. I remember when we wrote from the Dutch civil codes. We copied Dutch civil code when we wrote different parts of the Russian civil code, and I remember all these disputes whether we needed to copy down the provisions on domain names. The decision was to mix domain names together with trademarks, but trademarks are so different to domain names. Even in India, the law enforcement authorities in different countries, India is a federal state, right? So in different states, very often, the regulation of domain names follows the same methodology as is used for trademarks, which is wrong. They are different phenomena. But no act of any single state of India has a definition of a domain name. Do we need one definition? I'm not sure. I don't know. Sometimes legislators should refrain from legislating. Not everything should be regulated from a legal standpoint. Then there are the rules of registration of .ru and .rf. Did you read the law? Why are you using a different definition in your rules? Your definition, I like it better, much better, actually. But do you realize it's a different one from what's written in the law? During this discussion, the last discussion of the legal session, whether a domain name can be inherited, ICANN's documents are soft law, all of them. But if you are a boring lawyer and you read the contracts on the allocation of domain names, just read the text. It states clearly that allocation does not give rise to the rights of ownership. Allocation, a domain, rather, the user uses the domain name. The users can own and use the domain names, but they can't dispose of them freely. The same is written in RIPE. And if this is a fact, domain names are allocated on the basis of a legal contract. A contract is the main method of regulating the domain names. Do we need to include new provisions into the law, or should we leave it at the discretion of the contract? Inheritance. If this is property, assets, that's one thing. If this is rights, then it's a different thing. If it's a property right, then it's a third thing. You can write it down into your rules and say that we welcome all hires. Okay, but even if you then go to the court will say that your rules are not regulation, they are not bylaws, they are rules of an NGO, of an autonomous organization, it's a private entity, and it cannot substitute the legislative body, and it can't enforce its rules that way. So again, to the colleague from the law firm, her attitude was the correct one when she said that much depends on the jurisdiction. Everyone who acts upon laws acts within a certain jurisdiction, but the laws themselves emerge out of the jurisdiction. In Brazil, and why Brazil? Russia, BRICS, China, friendship. So the Brazilian law was adopted in 2014. It was one of the first laws ever on the internet. The Brazilian legislature refrained from using the very notion or definition of a domain name, and they focused on IP. There is an order of the Ministry of Trade of China, and they say that domain name is a set of characters that identify the hierarchical structure, etc., etc. This is also very similar. NIC adopted this definition. We understand that China is a special country, but China is one of the best friends of Russia at the moment. But Russia usually is friends with the continental China. And you have to understand that all these laws that we're quoting, that's not Macau, that's not Taiwan, that's not Hong Kong, that's continental China. And the United States. The ever guilty in everything United States. There is one act. Well, actually, there are many acts in the United States, but we are interested in that one particular act. The United States is a federation of states. But it is, domain names are regulated at the national level. A domain name is any designation that uses letters or numbers that is registered, etc. So there is a song and there is a refrain, a chorus. The chorus is there a future? Yes, there is a future. In March this year, the .eu regulation was adopted. A regulation is not a directive. It has a certain legal power. And it will matter. It will have a role to play. A jurisdiction. In Sergei's section, WIPO and colleagues, they were talking much about jurisdictions. Should legislators answer the following questions. I believe that yes, or probably, once again, is this a property or not? Who owns the rights and what are the rights? It's a long list of questions, and the answers to them cannot be harmonized across the globe. I think every jurisdiction will have its own answer. And also the politics. It is always an important context. Connectivity, what Andrei Kolesnikov was talking about and Pavel Khromtsov spoke before him. Connectivity. DNS is what makes the internet different from all other communication networks. And if it changes, it will change starting with the domain names. Domain names will develop in these two conflicting paradigms of freedom and protectionism. So either there will be a greater shift towards sovereign internet, or there will be greater shift towards cooperative attitude. Law enforcement authorities are very much interested in domain names. IP, DNS, and URL is something that can be caught. That's what Hilda spoke about. The question is who wants it and what is it exactly that they want. But again, it depends on the decision of the legislators very much. International cooperation, let's be friends. In any case, even the importance of UDRP and the experience of Ukraine, when UDRP is incorporated basically into the law of Ukraine, this is very important and it's an interesting experience. The United Nations, I don't want to talk about that, but what's interesting is the WTO, because Russia is a member to the WTO, and everyone who's in this room, I mean, your countries two are members of the WTO. And now you can go to the WTO website and see for yourselves. E-commerce is booming today. So is there a future for the domain names? Yes, there is a lot of future in the context of e-commerce. This is a very interesting document, extremely interesting. I think you all saw it. Tim Berners-Lee. On the 1st of September, the discussion of the contract for the internet was completed. It's an interesting document, and it contains some words on the DNS. If you're interested, you can read it yourselves. I think you want me to be silent already. Conclusions. There is a future to domain names. Or rather, there are several futures. The domain zone will grow, it's inevitable. But not just through intellectual property. It's important to ensure coordination and harmonization of hard law and soft law. It would be great if our legislators all were educated in the matters of the internet. And we must all realize that any regulation depends on the nature of the subject of regulation. Don't try to shift the axis of the earth. Domain names are a hierarchy, and the whole system functions on the basis of soft law and contracts. Thank you. Martina, thank you very much. I have a very practical question. Are there any precedents of regulatory impact that would somehow affect business processes of a domain? Well, there is an obvious example from the books. Tuvalu TV, the .tv domain name. .tv is so popular. There's such a high demand on TV. But Tuvalu is an independent country. It's a member of the United Nations. Not everyone has an oil well in their backyard, and people use other opportunities. And the fact that Tuvalu transferred CCTLD into or for commercial use, it can be one of the solutions. Or another one, TL. I don't know if you know about it, but that TL is also very popular. Generics are different, sponsored, non-sponsored. It depends. Thank you very much.
Коллеги, возвращаемся к технической теме. И следующий у нас...
Colleagues, we go back to the technical issues, and our next speaker is the General Director of Modern Network Technologies, Konstantin Chumachenko. He represents the minority here today, not the registries, not the registrars, but the users, the consumers of the fruits of our labor. Yes, for many of you, the job is over when the domain is delegated or undelegated or is sold. And we work with web applications. Our company provides cloud services for the owners of web applications. Yelena asked me to somehow get in touch with the title of our session. I wanted to call my presentation "What do domain names hide?" So let's consider that I fulfilled that task. Corporate IT is now discovering IaaS and SaaS, and this is one of the best sellers today. We're not any longer at the stage of early adopters. We are seeing massive transfer to clouds, and applications. Web applications are must now in virtually all sectors of the economy, including governments, the public sector. And because of those web applications, the companies rediscover IT, and some companies suddenly get to realize that they are IT companies, not something else. There is a well-known pizza company in Russia, and they have their own operating system, and they think that their operating system and their web app is the key success factor of their business. All lawyers today use clouds to generate claims in an automatic fashion. Or telecom operators, something closer to our industry, telecom operators to face a challenge related to a large degree of automation in their processes without outsourcing of those workflows into the web. It will be difficult for them to make progress. It's a shock for those corporations, actually, because they used to operate in the logic of a besieged fortress that is surrounded by the fence and is very well defended. But it turns out that now your IT assets are all around the place. They are somewhere distributed on the network. They are protected, or so the claims of the vendors are, by the software, but how can you be sure? So web, on the one hand, provides many new opportunities, but on the other hand, it hosts a lot of threats. The catalogized. There's a catalog of those threats, and the knowledge of those threats is one of the key competencies required today of IT managers. Basically, there is a whole new industry born out of this process. It's called the app security or web application security. Whether you have anything to do with it today or not, I don't know, but most likely is those of you who work in IT companies will have to do something with it in the future. One of the priorities of the companies today is how not to get into the news, how to not to be written about. Actually, there are a lot of security incidents around, and you do not want to feature in those publications. What is on the agenda of application security? Item 1 is to identify current threats. For many companies, it all starts with simply identifying web applications in use. The strict rules of security in a company, the greater is the probability that somewhere on the desktops or on the mobile devices there is a whole shadow IT flourishing. There are shadow storages, there are shadow accesses to external services, and the scope of the shadow IT can be quite impressive. The second item on the agenda is to find resources for protection. Actually, today the biggest resource is your competence, is your expertise. Many companies today are looking hard for competent IT security specialists, and I have to admit that today the market does not provide for the required numbers of those candidates of those specialists. Complexity. Web applications become more complex and sophisticated, and the best web apps used to be hidden in one big monolith structure. Today, the components of a web application become more specialized. They are divided into layers or levels. There is a whole new class of mobile users. They use mobile apps, and all of this is moving towards the architecture of microservices. When a web application becomes a set of distributed logical components, and where is the perimeter then? The perimeter is unidentifiable, so to secure such an app is a difficult security challenge. It's a difficult logical challenge. Another thing, another item on our agenda is not to become a barrier for the business. Very often web security becomes a conflict zone, an area of conflict. There is business, IT, and security that clash always and all the time over security issues. Their interests are opposite to the interests of the other ones. The business side is interested in delivering the products and services faster to the market. IT is curious about technical challenges. They like the process more than the result. If you leave IT without control, most likely IT will build you something very complex. And security loves its best when all the lights are down and your building is fenced and there is no one in it. So they don't like anything external, anything outside of the on-prem solution. And you have to find a compromise between those interests. Every company that thinks about the security of its applications requires a strategy. The strategy cannot boil down to simply removing the known vulnerabilities. If you are focused on eradicating the known vulnerabilities, the criminals will get ahead of you very fast, and an integral approach is required. Today, cloud providers actually offers something like this. Every provider has its own philosophy, its own ecosystem. They have their own ideas how this ecosystem should be used. Information security as a service, as part of the cloud solutions, holds a lot of promise. A cloud organically, naturally is a source of resources, and it's an elastic source, a plastic source. You don't know how much resources you will need when a real threat comes, when there is a real attack, and the cloud gives you access to more computing power, to the resources that you need at any point in time. Besides, a cloud provider always provides you access to competent specialists, like in healthcare. If you need to undergo a surgery, most likely you will go to the doctor, to a surgeon who specializes in those operations. You will choose a clinic that does many of those surgeries a year. The same with cloud providers. They always deal with incidents, they always investigate information security cases, and the combination of these two factors provides a very good effect. There are good cases around that prove that information security is something possible, that the cloud can be safe and you can be protected from DDoS and from hacking, and corporate networks can be monitored for security. Those corporate services are good candidates to outsource your information security matters to cloud providers. Security today is no longer a standalone function or a standalone a service. Instead, it is a feature of many cloud applications or products, offerings. So to summarize this discussion, there are things that you should outsource and that you should not outsource. Right? There are some things that should be kept in-house. There must be a team. And when I say a team, I mean people who set targets and goals, who decide on the metrics and indicators for the company or for the department. It must be an internal decision and an internal resource. The choice of the technology stack, the platforms, the frameworks, the providers, the team must be competent enough to understand where in-house development is possible and where outsourcing is a better option, and also processes. Coding, system management, component updates, change management, processes. Obviously must be the decision of the company, of the team itself. That brings me to the end of my presentation. I hope that all these changes around us do not scare you, and they give you some positive results. Right, thank you, Konstantin. Life is hard. Life is hard for those who start working at the point for whom the work starts at the time, at the point where the work ends for the registry. So you represent the corporate world. What do you think about those statements that we hear quite often? Corporations don't need domain names, it's enough to use social media. Hire an SMM, this is a better outsource than to register a domain, to keep hosting and a DNS. Well, I think Andrei spoke about this before me. There are two aspects to it. One of them is the architecture of corporate applications. The companies that have corporate applications, they are not power users, they are not massive consumers of domain names, they are using domain names as technological identifiers. that are not seen to the external user and that are consumed purely inside. As to global corporations that have, a front end facing the consumer, then obviously they want to attract the attention of the users, and domains as identifiers of some digital baths for the users. They will definitely compete in this race with the Instagram accounts, with the Telegram nicks, whatever. But time will tell, actually. Today there are many options available. Many options is better than few options, and I think the users will choose for themselves. Thank you very much. Thank you. And the last presentation of the day, Dmitry Bilyavsky is the expert of the Technical Center of Internet. IDNs. At one point, there was a lot of enthusiasm when the IDNs were offered for registration. There was a whole, it created a whole new momentum for the development of the industry. But let's see, is there anything new waiting for us behind the corner? Is there potentially a new stage in the development of this business? Good evening. Well, first of all, I want to thank Donald Trump campaigners who came up with the subtitle to my presentation, "Make Domain Great Again." Now to the presentation. All people from the registries will say that the domain business is stagnating or is in a decline. We have the center statistics to rely on, and judging from it, average growth numbers have been insignificant lately. Yes, there is 8.5% in Africa, but probably that's because they started from a very low base. In America, it's 3%, Asia 3.5%, Europe 2% growth rate. Yeah, right. There is also VeriSign, and they are doing great, and they will always be doing great, I think. Why the growth of the domain name space or market was arrested? Several reasons are quoted for it. Browsers started competing with the address line. Today, address lines are used for search. Today, there are applications that have replaced websites. The market is oversaturated, and when the market, any market is oversaturated, one way to get out of this dead end is to expand the market, reinvent the market. There were several attempts to do it in the past. IDN domains was one of them. They internationalized domain names, national language domain names. .rf, as organizers of this conference spoke here, .build, .ukr also are present at the conference. In the second tier of large domain areas, usually internationalized domain names are also available. I love Robert Asprin, and in one of his books, he writes that no devil, they are a race of traders, of merchants, wouldn't let a sale get away just because they can't speak the same language as the buyer. The IDNs, it's not like they exhausted themselves, but they failed to generate any sizable growth. Of course, I wouldn't miss the opportunity to boast about the success of .rf. For 8 years, it was the most popular domain IDN, and now it looks like China has gotten ahead of us, and TCI in its own days. When open registration started, we did a great job, and we just in several days, really, we brought that market to 750,000 domain names. It looks like today the market has stabilized itself, and in recent years, people already used to .rf, and out in the regions, in the provinces, mostly you see ads with .rf rather than .ru. No one is writing any longer www or http. Everybody understands that .rf is here to come. So if someone says after запчасти .rf, it means that, I mean, if for anyone who understands Russian, so we can buy car spare parts. So we use national languages to write the names for domain names, but there is email as well, the indispensable email. It would be great if we could use Russian letters to write the usernames, the addressee names as well, which is quite an understandable desire. It's understandable, especially because in some of the companies where I used to work, they transliterated my name any old how. I think I saw about 6 different versions of the spelling of my name and surname. So I would really prefer to have it in Russian, at least for the Russian-speaking community. So the issue of internationalization is not that simple. Formally, there are standards. They've been around since 2010. Naturally, they came out of China. Why naturally? In the former Soviet Union, we use Latin our characters, national Cyrillic characters, are somewhat similar to Latin characters, but in China, there is no similarity between the hieroglyph script and the Latin script. So they started developing the technology and the software and all of this, and it became massive. And today, about 5,000 MX servers announce the support of TF8 post. They service about 100,000 zones, which is little, but there is stable growth in that statistics. And during the past conferences, Igor Lenin, he's not present during this TLDCON, but last time he spoke about the successful experience of test mail Почта РФ. So it turned out that there is already software. It can be just collected and put together. You don't need to patch even. You just put it into operation, but it doesn't happen. Why? Well, because there is this vicious circle from the commercial perspective. There is no demand. Large commercial companies for whom email is rarely a source of income, they say they are not interested, they are not offering, there is no supply, therefore there is no demand, and there is no demand because there is no supply. It's a vicious circle, like I said. And apart from that, there is also the technical aspects. We all live in a world which is governed by standards and agreements. There is a standard for email addresses. Usually those standards rely on RFC 822. It's been around for more than 30 years. It's a well-established document. And it says that before the @ and after the @ we use Latin characters. It means we are in need of new standards. So there is a need for new standards for the new format, but drafting a standard is one thing, implementing it is another. Another problem is that many sites just do not recognize this format. They do not recognize AI. So how can we get over the technical obstacles? There is something that I did together with the support of the Coordination Center. There is a paper that regulates the use of internationalized email addresses. In X509 certificates, there are certificates that are used to protect email, which says how these addresses must be used and processed. So I developed a patch for OpenSSL, and I hope to get it accepted. So when a certificate is used, an email address must be identified. It's also necessary that no one should be able to publish a certificate for the address that is restricted to that person. And there should be also a mechanism to correctly compare addresses, email addresses, and AI addresses. The links are on the site. I don't think there are many technical people in the audience, so probably it's not something that will excite you, but I think in any case it's one initiative that deserves to be supported. And you all know about the Universal Acceptance Project. All domain names and all email versions are created free and equal. Today, universal acceptance is one of the key priorities for ICANN. Over here you can find a link to a wiki page of what ICANN is doing at the moment. They've established 3 working groups. And I suggest you pay attention to what they're doing. There is the technology working group, there is the email working group, and there is a measurements working group. It's the measurement for the availability of the internationalized email. So if anyone is interested, if you are using national character sets and not the trivial character sets, I suggest that you join that process right away. Thank you. Thank you, Dmitry. A question. Other precedents in the world when IDNs, together with email, internationalized email, would be used. Yes, there are cases like this around, and there were several presentations about them in the conferences. Usually lobbying resources, the government is used, or quasi-government resources are used to push for the implementations. I like what Thailand did. Email addresses there, EAI addresses that can be used to register a domain name as a contact information. The EAI email addresses are recorded and presented in the local analog of WHOIS, because the classical WHOIS is not capable of working with the internationalized email addresses. And people actually like using those emails. Their alphabet, their character set is very different from Latin characters. There is a question from the floor. Good evening, I'm Maria Kolesnikova and I work at the .ru.rf Coordination Center. In connection with the patch, your patch, can the community help you somehow? Well, what the community can do is generate demands for the adoption of this patch. In other words, if a certain number of users declares their interest, and if they manage to communicate their interest to the decision makers, to the crypto libraries and such, then the decision can be taken quite fast. But you have to understand that this lobbying effort, you will have to operate in this fashion in case of every new standard for internationalized emails. And current standards, do they suffice for adaptation? Well, no, usually not. You take all standards that refer to RFC 822, and there are many of those standards around. And they must be reviewed, they must be revised, updated, and it will take a long time. Okay, thanks. And a comment to Yelena's question. And I agree with Dima. There are successful implementations. However, usually there's governments behind those implementations, like India. Today, they already have more than 6.5 million AI addresses that normal citizens use. For instance, they access local e-government services, e-government portals, and they use those emails in that communication with the e-government. As to national registries, there are already CCTLD registries whose registers support addressing, like Belarus registry, the colleagues are in the room, the Ukrainian registry.ua as well, in the .ukr version, and there are also tests around .su is now testing that capability. Right, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, colleagues, then thank you very much for your kind attention. It's been a long and a hard day. We hope to see you at the next session. Thank you.
Коллеги,
Dear